Aeronauts. Welcome to a Saturday night stream live on the road from the International Conference for the Fantastic and the Arts conference in Orlando, Florida. What is going on, everybody, and welcome to everything. I am coming in very low. I will endeavor to fix that problem because the last thing I want is to come in very low. I always want to make sure that I'm coming in high. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't really know what I'm saying. Hang on just a second. Let me fix that. Let me address that problem. Let me address that issue. Give me just a second. Stay on target. Stay on target. That's not what I needed. This is a little bit off the beaten path. Just give me a second. Why is this not doing the thing that I need? Hang on. There's that what I needed. Okay. Now we're going to do levels. Okay. Now, can you hear this? Check 1, check 2. Can you hear that? Is that better? Is that better? Is that better? Check 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Break it down. Buckle my shoe. Buckle my shoe. Can you guys hear that? Can you guys hear that? Better, 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 better. Is it loud enough? I don't want it to be. I want it to be the right volume. It's better. Is that better, everybody? Yes. Good. Perfection. Lovely. All right. Good. Wonderful. So where was I? I was talking about the fact that we've got this stream going on. So welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Infinity and Beyond crew and the Curse of Strahd as we are back. We are back and ready to go with an awesome stream for you tonight. Again, I am here live at the conference in Orlando, Florida, the International Conference for the Fantastic and the Arts. And I hope that everyone is looking forward to our stream tonight as we stream Day 18 of D&D with INB, Curse of Strahd, an episode that we are calling Wine and Song. Before I get more into that, though, I do want to remind people about ways to support the stream. If you have not done so already, excuse me, if you have not done so already, please consider following the channel. That is always a good thing to do. Please check out the YouTube channel with !ARV2. Please check out the Discord channel with !ARVCord. Please make sure to check out as well the webpage arvineleron.com, which will give you the schedule and things like that. Please make sure to check out the various stuff that we've got going on with Twitter, !ARV tweets, and as Echo was kind enough to list, please make sure to retweet the stream with !tweet. That will allow you to retweet the stream to all and sundry. Please let them know that we are doing the thing because that is always appreciated. And also, while we're on the subject of supporting the stream, please consider checking out I don't know why I have drop-offs today. I should not have drop-offs today. I think it should be easier. We're going to have a couple of issues, I hope, but not many of them. So definitely consider as well checking out, I know one of the problems. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Good. The other thing is we need to make sure, there's a little bit of a road lag, but hopefully it'll be less today, I think, because of a variety of things that I've tried to put in place. The other thing, of course, is the Patreon, which is sitting at the moment at $352.96. And I do want to acknowledge the fact that Echo Alpha X5 has jumped in with a $10 pledge. So thank you, Echo, very much for that support. And Echo now has got that. So we are now up to $352.96. Again, the goal by the end of the year is try to get to $420. So hopefully we can do that, and I hope folks can become excuse me, a part of that process if we can do this. And then the last thing, of course, is that sub button. We are sitting right now at 43 subs. Again, we'd like to be able to get that up above 50, partly because that will also give us another emote as well. Kilobyte is going to be doing more stuff with the emoticons down the line. So there's going to be more emotes and things like that happening, which is going to be really cool. Now, one big thing that I want to mention here, and actually let me get rid of this, and let me get rid of this, and let me turn on, wait for it. No, not there. Up this way. There we go. Hi, everyone. Good to see you all. That's slightly off center. Now we're fixed. The other thing that I want to mention here is the big thing that's coming up, that is coming up on Tuesday, and that is the launch of the Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library Kickstarter. I have been talking this up over the last couple of weeks. This is my adventure being published by Alligator Alley Entertainment, the makers of Esper Genesis. We have got that coming up on Tuesday. It is a level 1 to 3 adventure. It is an adventure that I worked very hard on. We have got a lot of really awesome things involved with it, including stretch goals that involve many different contributors tours to the library. It's got awesome art. You'll be able to, it'll be really cool. And we're going to be launching it officially at 12 p.m., I beg your pardon, Eastern Daylight Savings Time this coming Tuesday the 19th of March. That will be happening at 12 p.m. Eastern. We're going to run that for about 15 minutes. I'll be talking 15 to 20 minutes. I'll be talking with the folks from Alligator Alley about it, and then we will slide smoothly into Adventures of Middle-earth after that. So that is what's happening on Tuesday. Very, very important stream and a very important one of several publishing projects that I've got going on this year. But I'm really hoping that people will be able to jump on board and support if you can. I think this is a really good adventure. I'm very excited about it, and so it's coming. It's coming, folks. It's happening starting on Tuesday. So I hope everyone will be there at noon Eastern to be able to check that out on Tuesday the 19th. Now tonight we have got the wonderful D&D with Infinity and Beyond crew, and I'm going to unmute myself so they know that we are ready to go, and then I'm going to unmute them as soon as I can find where they are on my mixer. There they are. And last but certainly not least, dun, 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 there we go. The crew has arrived, as you can see. And we have got, I actually just realized that what I should have done instead of putting the logo at the bottom is I should very clearly have put like, Weller and then put Sod, or Sod and, John is what I should have done.
Oh, yeah.
I missed an opportunity to do that, but
that's a new layout.
Yeah, that's my, I use that for my D&D with GOG group, and I usually use that when I have fewer. For you guys, I usually don't do that because we have 6 of us, but not as it happens because we have some people that we're missing.
It's the perfect position for the loot gnome, right below John.
That's true. The loot gnome. I need to go get that GIF again if I was going to do that because I don't have it right now. But yes, so you can see that we have got only 3 people with us today, but they are 3 wonderful people, and they have come up with plotted ways to create, issues and problems for their. They have not done that. They've just talked about the play. That's all. It's gonna be great. So, am I experiencing sparks? Then that's why. Yes, I know my window was overlapping. It is now. I believe we're now fixed. I am very pleased to announce the people that we have got below us, starting with the gentleman right below me, who should need no introduction, but I will give him one anyway, and that is Mr. Trenday and Sparks, who actually does get to see a version of this, because when he plays on Tuesdays, it's only 4, but it is a different, overlay nonetheless. So how are you,
But in that overlay, you're still above me.
I am still above you, yes. That must always be maintained for the sake of my desperately sad ego. No, I don't know where I was going with that. Oh, my Donald Trump, hey. No, that would not be the case. No, how are you, Trent? How's life in the universe and everything? And who are you playing today, sir?
It's absolute craziness. It's totally insane. It's been pretty good. I've been feeling like I've been frantically treading water. Trying to finish the what the hell did I just finish? The Shadowrun novel that I just finished narrating, and it's like, okay, I need to. Oh God, because I'm going through doing my own quality pass, and those budding authors of you out there, when you have to edit your stuff, read it out loud.
Yeah, always, always, yeah.
Because I was with a writing group, some fellow furries here in the Bay Area, and I joined the writing group, and they were like, okay, so we're all going to read our stories. Trent, why don't you go first? And I just held up the piece of paper, and I was trying to go through, and Kyle is like, no, read it out loud. And I'm like, what? And he's like, read it out loud. I'm like, oh. He's like, you'll catch things, you mistakes you made that you don't see. Because you know what the story says, and your brain will auto-correct, some of the errors on the page.
Please tell me that he said, "Look, I understand not everyone's comfortable with their voice. Like, it'll be fine." And then you start doing it, and he's like, "What?"
So I start reading the thing, and I get like halfway through the second sentence, and I see a mistake, and I'm like, and he would. Oh, and he's like, don't edit, just read. I'm like, but it's wrong. He's like, just read. Yep. Okay. So yeah, going through and editing your own work is difficult, but if you don't have an editor, to do this out, just take the time to go through and read it out loud.
Yeah, co-sign on that. Really important also in doing dialogue to be able to read it, because you need to hear it in space. You can always tell people that do not have an ear for dialogue. Part of it is that it sounds like what no one ever does. Like nobody ever speaks this way. And I'm convinced that some of it is because in your head, you're making adjustments that like, oh, this is what would make it sound smooth and normal. But when you read it out, you're like, that is stilted garbage. So yeah, I agree. Do that.
And you know, having a paragraph long sentence with no space for breaths is like really difficult on narrators, just so we're clear.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm very, very pleased to be here and happy to get in here and get Weller killed. Speaking of which, I'm playing the soon to die, no, excuse me, doomed to die.
Doomed to die, yes.
Yes, exactly. Weller Pale, who talks like this all the time. And
Clancy,
it's a new Weller Pale, like you've never seen him.
Weller's Prime. Yeah. He's a metaphysician. I got to stop saying it.
Metaphysicians, roll out.
I can see Willa doing a practical joke like that with an illusion magic and just start talking like that.
Dude, no joke. If you ever did something where just at some point you're just like, you say something like, "All right, let's roll out," I will crack up and probably just give you free inspiration because it's so awesome. Oh my god!
It's like when he speaks other languages, like I think I had him speaking Abyssal for a little while, or Little Weller speaks Abyssal, I think. And so, when Little Weller speaks normally, it's very much like this. But as soon as he drops into Abyssal, it's you know, the way the language is spoken. So,
yes.
But yes, I'm playing Weller Pale and Eradicator Metaphysician. Should start saying it in that order so it doesn't sound like he's trying to kill himself, even though I'm trying to get him killed. And so, yeah, it's going to be a very interesting day to see what the thing with stuff and doohickeys and sod.
Yes, I look forward to that. Moving right along, moving right down the line, we have, and also, Sod, I don't want to bring down the mood, but I do want to mention, because I know that it came up earlier on, our thoughts are with the people of New Zealand. I have a personal, you know, as the guys know, and I won't get into details because I don't want to do any spoilers for anybody yet or spoil surprises, but for a lot of reasons, New Zealand is going to be a very important place for the next couple of years. What happened would be awful everywhere, but from friends that I have there, it seems to be particularly awful in a country that is as friendly and generally sort of kind-hearted as New Zealand is. And so, you know, I don't want to go way out of the scope, but I did want to say, Saad, I know you're not in the same country, but I know that Australia obviously was also affected by this.
But of course, there is a connection with the event with Australia.
So I'm sorry.
We hate it. We don't want.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to really talk about it. Yeah, I had someone I know who was in the area and just basically stayed inside for a whole 24 hours. He didn't want to risk going out at all. Oh. And the good thing is that within 1 day, the Prime Minister of New Zealand has already banned semi-automatic assault rifles.
I was like, wow, actual leadership. And I'm like, amazing.
that's the first thing you do. Like, you just do that, and then if people complain, then you can sort it out later. But at least have like some kind of idea. Try something, even if it's like not going to work out in the future, which I think this will work out perfectly fine in the future because of my opinion on guns. But anyway, I shouldn't talk about that. Hello, everyone. I am Slot _ on Twitch. Yeah, that was a really bad segue, but I think
that's fine.
Yeah, so I'm playing Olik Gug Edzar, who is a half-orc paladin. And yes, we're finally leaving Valaki. This is going to be an amazing moment, guys, where we leave a town.
It's no longer cursive Valaki. I feel like you guys finally get out of the tutorial zone. How do you feel about that?
You should drag out the fact that we're leaving Valaki for like another hour, just to annoy everyone. Like,
they're like, I'd like to actually look
as you look at the rocks as you exit through them. You know,
I might pull one of those classic, DM things of just being like, a wind sort of knocks you out. You don't know why. You wake up outside.
Someone comes from outside town and says, "Hello, I just had a quick question. Your bill for the inn."
No. What it is, it's just a gauntlet of people who want to thank us for our efforts. And we're like, can we just get to the gate?
And each of them has something else for us to do too, by the way. So I was like, oh my god, there's all 50 notes.
Right, exactly. They're like, while you're here, could you no?
My kitten's up in the tree. No, my roof needs fixing.
Lady, have you ever seen a cat skeleton in a tree? Leave me alone.
You guys have no idea. Listen, I mean, there's a full 30 more pages just dedicated to Valaki tasks. I could have you collect 5 pelts of cats and like, oh, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. Yeah, no, you're finally leaving Valaki. You're finally leaving Valaki. The time has finally come.
Look, we've been here so long, we actually leveled in the town.
I know, you leveled in the... Well, no, literally, that was, honestly, at the end of it, I'm like, this clearly is a milestone. Like, there's not even an issue. Like, it's very obviously a milestone. Anyway, but always a pleasure to have Strahd with us. I don't know why my GOG alerts are up. They shouldn't be, but that's okay.
And we go down again.
Now talk to...
We're not going that way.
Now we're going to talk to our good friend, Mr. John Helfers, who is, of course, with us as always, and is right above the awesome-looking D&D logo. John, how are you? How is life, the universe, and everything? And who are you playing today, sir?
Oh, it's been ungodly busy, but in a good way, so it's not too terrible.
Same.
Yeah. So it's you from? Is it sunny Florida or cloudy Florida down there?
Today was a little cloudy, but usually it's been sunny.
Yeah. Okay. John Elvers, Radio Johnny Panda. Thanks for everyone coming out this fine Saturday. I'm playing the now 5th level Django Lucky, who has new spells and not that many abilities, but it's still pretty cool. And it's a reanimated warlock. So, but that's pretty much it. And we're going to leave town. I swear to God, I'm tempted. I am half tempted to put us back and like go take out the mayor or something. But no, we're leaving town. We're leaving town for reals. For reals.
No, we swear. We swear we actually are. Hey, what's up, Shadowed? What's going on? Yes, my other alerts I think should be working. I believe, Echo. So, all right. Well, let's get the music fired up and let's talk briefly about what happened in our last session.
While you're doing that,
what's up, Trevor?
Remember that you are streaming the DM screen, I think. Or the DM layer, because we can see the roads.
That would have been very bad. Yes, thank you. I mean, that's okay right now, but that would have been bad. I'm very glad you pointed that out.
Oh, we should check, guys. Let's go south of Valaki, right next to Valaki, and go to that N.
Yeah,
the part that says treasure.
Yeah, big L in the thing, which clearly stands for sunken treasure.
I'm glad I wasn't showing you guys the insta death part. That was right there. Okay. Let me pull up that. What have I got going on with music? Okay. I have this going on. Can you guys, can people in chat hear? Can you hear that? Okay, now I think we hear it.
So you've got the Abyssal Gaze on.
Yes, and I'm going to put up some...
spooky music.
Spooky. I'm going to open ominous music as well.
Because you need 2 adjectives, 2 categories of adjectives.
I give to you Dark Walk by Kevin MacLeod of the Clan MacLeod.
Of the Clan MacLeod, thank you.
There we go, of the Clan MacLeod. Lovely. All right. Cool. All right, and I will fire up this other one this way. Okay, so the party has been dealing, as has previously been mentioned, with the town of Valaki rather longer than anyone, including their DM, expected that they might, but all for reasons that made a lot of sense. This is a strange town, after all, and there is a whole lot that had to be addressed in it. One of the things that came up... Oh my god! I can't even get into it before somebody just... Thank you for the patronage, Echo, at tier 2.
I bet he's from Valaki. Once again, he wants to keep us in Valaki.
He wants to keep us in Valaki. Thank you so much, Echo. And Echo actually, yes, has now a bronze feather. He has leveled up to the bronze feather level. Ooh, thank you very much, Echo. I appreciate that very much. Okay, so bear with me as this other page is firing up here, folks. What page is taking a little bit longer than it should be? I don't know why.
You're in a hotel.
Maybe that's why. That could well be it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why that happened, so I will try that again. Anyway, thank you very much, Echo. So, they spend a lot of time, as I say, more than I expected would be the case, but it all kind of made sense because there were many things that had to be addressed. And one of the things that had to be addressed, there we go, finally. One of the things that had to be addressed was dealing with the situation regarding the Martikovs and many of the people in this town who have been suffering and waiting for things like wine that they have not been able to receive. Obviously, alcohol, a positive thing in a world of Barovia, which really needs more than, sometimes than perhaps the norm would be the case if you're going to live in a place like Barovia. And so they have that as something which they may need to consider. They also have, of course, the Casimir, although when they actually arrived to the north of the village, what I believe Django discovered, and Zarama, that they are not actually there anymore, that Casimir and company is not there. and it's not totally clear as to why this is the case, but they are not here. The reason I'm hesitating is because, are you guys able to see anything on your end yet? I think maybe it's now loaded. Let me try bringing over to
So on the stream, you don't have the game window up. You only have...
No, I know that. But I meant, I don't think it's actually loaded for some reason it's not loading in my... Oh, there we go. Okay, good. I couldn't see it on my other screen. Okay, so now I can actually do that.
We could help you with that.
There we go.
Arv, can you do me a favor and take the music down maybe like 25%? It's a bit overwhelming right now. At least to me it is.
Well, it's a little bit powerful on the stream. That's all.
Yeah, it's competing with your voice, so it's going to compete with ours. That's
okay. It's funny how it's very, very low, within the volume mixer. But okay, is that any better?
Still sounds about the same, actually.
I mean,
let me compare.
Well, that's on the stream now. Now I can also turn it down in the master music volume level. See if that's any better.
We can turn it down in the app as well.
Yeah, I just turned it down in the app. That should be better, I think.
Apparently maybe I have to turn down in my app.
Yeah, I was gonna say that should be now better everywhere.
Yeah, you do have an individual volume for all of us, John, that we can.
Yeah, let me. I think that's the issue. Oh,
hey, what's up, Try Guy MD? What's going on, man?
There we go. Okay, my bad.
Is that better?
There we go. Great. I adjusted my master music level, so I'm fine. You do what you want to do.
All right. Just give me a second whilst I load up the actual right page that I need to load up. Okay, and then I'll be able to concentrate on what I'm doing.
For those of you listening at home.
Yes, that's true. Thank you.
Hello.
I should have mentioned that before. Thank you, Tren. Yes, I want to welcome everybody to the audio podcast, although you won't hear this part because it will be ably edited out by our spectacular audio editor, Rudy Basso, who, by the way, I have not had a chance to talk about on this channel, but I did want to mention that this is he's really done a tremendous job with that, and I wanted to just sort of publicly thank him for his amazing work on editing both my podcast Speculate and editing this. He's really done a great job with these. So if you like the editing, he is the person you should talk to. Also, this is relentlessly refusing to capture the right window, and I don't know why. I wanted to capture not my D&D window. I wanted to capture the other window. So I will minimize that there. Okay. Can you find the one that there we go. There it is. Much better. And transitioned. Alright, there we go. Lovely. Alright. So now that's more like it. Good. Okay. Now that I have all that set up, I can return to what it is I was doing. Okay. So, these folks, yeah, exactly. Now then, wine. So, Casimir is gone. Huh? What?
Just the phrase, now then.
Oh, I know. No, sorry. I forgot. That's your least favorite thing of all time. I will continue to use it, therefore. No, just kidding. But anyway, so the party was not successful in tracking down Casimir, who seems to have disappeared for the moment, which leaves the party with a decision to make. They still have, of course, Irina and the children, who they were planning to try to get to a place of comparative safety in the Abbey of Kresk, which is to the west of Valaki. They have this thing relating to the Wizard of Wines that we've been talking about before. There are other rumors. They have gotten this invitation from Strahd himself to actually go directly to his castle, although I must say that having heard from these gentlemen and listening to their roleplay, it seems like the characters are not wild about the idea at facing Strahd at level 4, but that's certainly an option if they wish to sort of take this on. So we will see whether that's the case. And so we have that.
And Weller was fine with it.
Yeah, right. Yes. Weller, however, we may have a particular desire to search and have a new adventure of discovery in the afterlife, so I don't know whether we can completely trust his judgment on this. But in any case, so there are multiple decisions that the party has to make, and of course, over all of this is the pall of some of the backstories that have been going on with these characters. Alec's gradual realization about something which may have occurred to him, Django's search for certain circumstances which he has been told by Casimir and which sort of surprised him when they happened. And of course, Weller has some knowledge and information going on with him as well, which he has not been able to, not been revealed yet, but perhaps more of that will happen. And there are, of course, the other parties. The Mason, of course, has also got some stuff that he wanted to talk to Rictavio about. And I believe the last thing that we did at the end of last session was not, I think, Django trying to find Casimir. I think Django, you and Zarama went up and Casimir was missing. But I think what we concluded with was you had just left the town gates, and Rictavio was gone, I believe, correct? And had left behind, basically, and it basically said, come seek me out at my tower.
He moved on somewhere. We don't
right.
know.
And I believe the guard had actually said, he had either left a note or the guard had said something to the effect of, seek me out at this tower if you wish. So basically the party has got the Wizard of Wines, the tower to consider, maybe trying to go find Casimir. Strahd continues to await, going to Kresk. The party's got a lot of stuff to think about. And so with all of that in place, I will now hand things back over to the party, and I will ask them, sitting outside the gates of Vallaki, what would you folks like to do? And I'm actually going to jump over to, we're in Barovia right now, but I'm going to jump us over to, well, no, actually, I won't do that. I'll leave us in Barovia because you guys are not going to be staying in Vallaki. So, what do you folks want to do?
Well, obviously, since Rob's not here, we should definitely go to the tower and confront what's.
Never mind, I don't care about you anymore, Rictavio.
We knew you want to take them out, so we didn't even bother. We just slayed them.
I know. Let's build a giant pit, and then we just need to lure Strahd to it, and then we can let him fall in it, and then we bury him.
And it's the same pit. Like, you bring everybody to that pit back in Death House, and it's.
Oh, hey.
Right. And
how's the condition of Irina and the kids? Out of interest,
they are in fairly good condition. They have been well taken care of by the Mardikovs to this point.
They've eaten Yushwan by this point.
Yes, Yushwan no longer exists, but otherwise he tasted like chicken, so it was great. No, that's not the case. Yeah, they are all in fairly good condition, and are simply there's a kind of general road weariness, but Irina has already said that she is willing to follow along, continue on this path. She feels, I believe I mentioned, we talked last time about the fact that she was very pleased with what you had done in Vallaki. Like, you had done a lot of good things for the people in Vallaki, and she appreciated that, so.
All right, we ready?
For which?
To get out of here. I mean, like,
we're already outside. I mean, that's what Jacob says. We're
gonna get out further,
Yes, we are looking to investigate the Wizard of Wines, correct? Since practically every person in town stated how without wine their lives.
Well, if there's evil there, I'm totally down for going after it. But I'm a bit worried about the kids and Irina. We have to deal with that. Just if we can. Well, maybe we can see it on the way. If it's on the path, perhaps we could, check it. But
that is what I was kind of expecting.
If it's a little bit too far off, then we may have to just skip it and just let people live without much alcohol as normal.
That could be lovely. Yes.
Then I guess we're going to move forward, Arv, on the trail.
Okay. So. You folks set off, and actually, one of the things that we want to resolve here is who are so all of you are going for now, including the entire group is going for the moment. Okay.
Yeah, because we are leaving this location and moving to another one, so it behooves us to have the entire group with us.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right.
So we attach the leashes to their collars and just kind of pull them along.
Kind of go. Okay. Yeah. So you begin to head off in that direction, and as you sort of continue down the trail, leaving the odd events of Vallaki behind you, there is a kind of strange feeling in the air, not just a heaviness, but also a sense of kind of anticipation, perhaps might be the way to describe this best. And you hear the sort of cawing occasionally of a bird overhead. Alec, as you kind of look up, you can actually see a black raven kind of circling several times and kind of floating off to the north and then back to the west and to the south. And so there's a lot of that that is happening as you sort of progress. Well, go ahead, Django. Or if I heard sound. Did I?
Okay.
No.
Weller, was that the bird that you talked to you? Was it that one? Just wondering, that's all.
Yes.
Really?
No.
Oh. I just figured if it was maybe him, it would be a bit weird if it was following us.
Really? I mean, if it came to my window at the inn to get us to follow a bunch of tufts of fur in the thing, it doesn't seem all that odd that it would be following us now. I am a little bit afraid that it is going to possibly poop on us, though. But if it does, I can get a sample.
And he just the creature, possibly out of surprise, possibly out of to your surprise or disappointment, does not actually poop on you, but just continues to circle overhead. And after probably about, I would say, maybe an hour and a half's travel, because you're not, I assume, kind of booking it at top speed. I mean, you're not, you know, so after about an hour and a half travel, let us say, after about an hour and a half travel, our figures out how to get this locked in good. After about an hour and a half of travel, you find yourself drawing close to a bridge here. There is a river, a small river that crosses over this path, which seems to be fed from the lake above, from Lake Zarevich, and then proceeds south. And the road here comes to an X intersection, basically right about...
Former intersection?
Out of interest, does the bridge have like the weird statues like the previous bridge that we had?
Let me talk a little bit about that. So...
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Funny you should mention that.
It's funny. They're all alive and looking at you. No, that is not the case.
Totally wouldn't surprise me.
There we go. All right. The road comes to an X intersection, and there are branches to the northwest, the northeast, the southwest, and the southeast. The lower half of a snapped wooden signpost thrusts upward at an angle near the eastern elbow of the intersection, so basically closest to where Alec is as you're arriving at this intersection. The top half of the sign, featuring arms pointing in 4 directions, lies in the weeds nearby.
All right, I'll pick it up just to see if I can kind of like hold it up and attach it so we can read the full sign.
Okay.
It doesn't help very much if it's laying in the dirt. Now we don't know which direction it was facing.
I'm sure I can just. I mean, like if you follow the cracks of the damage and line it, it might.
Yeah,
help.
you actually are able to. Put it together with some ease. There, as you're sort of kind of attaching
Holding
it,
it
you can see
up.
that it
Is he
kind
just
of fits in
holding
the
up,
crack.
like,
Yeah,
with my arms
basically. And
Can
when
you
the
read that?
when the two parts of the signs are aligned and rejoined, the arms indicate Kresk, and it says Solenka Pass to the southwest. So basically heading down in this direction to the southwest. And then Lake Baratok is to the northwest. So that's up this way. It says Lake Baratok. And then Valaki and Ravenloft to the northeast, the direction from which you just came. And it says Berez, B-E-R-E-Z, down along the southern path here. I should say as well that the bridge that you just crossed, that stone bridge, which was an arching stone bridge that crossed over the river, and seemed like it was in fairly good condition, kind of relatively speaking, for, as far as Barovian standards are concerned, fairly good condition. But it does not have any of the unusual statues or anything like that that you saw from the previous bridges that you crossed. It looks
Right, so-
newer as well.
So I just want to confirm. So to Berez down to the right, to Kresk down to the left, to Lake Baratov up to the left. Is that right?
Yes. Also, Solenka Pass is to the left, and Kresk is
so-
with a K, just in case you're curious.
Yeah. So to
No, K at the beginning.
K at the beginning.
oh.
And C at the end. No, I'm just kidding. But
And
K,
it's there
K
at the top.
What was the other one called? The two.
Solenka Pass. So it's TSOLENKA.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with Dr. Zelenka from Stargate Atlantis.
Now, the other thing I want to mention is to the south, as you sort of look down the various paths, to the southeast. Actually, wait, let me confirm that's correct. I believe this is correct.
Maybe it's the blue.
Let's see.
And what we know of
okay.
Wizard
Right, I take that
Wines.
back. To the southwest, so basically right along this path, this one over here, the one that leads down to Kresk and Solenka Pass, you see, and again, it's a fairly, it's not, obviously it's never bright in Barovia, but it's somewhat less overcast perhaps than normal, and yet there is an odd mist that you can see down here. And I need actually anyone who is at the bridge now, not counting the people that we're not gonna Jaeger those people for now, other than just having them with us. So just the people, just the three who are here. I need you to make perception checks for me, please, as you stand at this bridge. And again, it's looking down here.
Bam.
There we go. Yep.
8.
I'll also do
Okay.
that. Perception. Let's see.
A 9.
9.
Perception.
I'm seeing a pattern.
Which I will happily break.
Hey.
Oh, there you go.
Well.
Django, as you look down that path, down that road, you can actually see there are the best way that you could probably describe it are these hunched figures that are you can see kind of lurching through the mist down this pathway. And although you're not 100% sure, maybe this is just a trick of the light, but it looks as if these figures are covered in needles, like not sewing needles, pine needles, almost like you're looking at these kind of weird sort of gaunt figures that are covered in needles. They don't look tree-like, but they definitely look as if they're covered in pine needles. And again, you can barely see this. It's like right at the edge, and they're kind of obscured by this mist, but you can see them down in this area.
Thank you. Okay, that was my next. Is over here. There. Okay, and I will nudge both Weller and Alec and indicate these strange figures I thought I saw out of the mist. Well, actually, my vision is freaking perfect, so...
Let me tell you what I
can't
saw.
see him. Do you see him well on it?
Weller has like a little fold-out desk that's kind of strapped to his chest, and he's working with his cartography tools to map their progress, and he's like writing down which cities are and points of interest are in which direction. Sorry, what?
that would be why he missed
I
that
saw
one.
something over there. You see it? It's a bit.
Yes, that's the direction to Kresk.
And he goes back to.
I'm going to actually step forward beside Alec, since he is apparently busy jotting down, which is good, although it's probably going to change in the next week anyway, so good luck with that. And see if I can get a better look at them. Like, I mean, the mist is interfering with my vision, unfortunately. That's the one part that doesn't really work. It's light and dark is one thing, but the mists are the mist. So, and the purple eye is, the stone in his socket is glowing now in case there is trouble.
I am going to show you a picture
Indeed.
of what it is that we see.
I see some stuff, man, and some things.
Yeah, you get that thousand Barovia stare.
That's right. It's 1,000 furlong stare, Arv.
1,000. Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And they say, you're heading back to Valakine.
Can you help us? We need help in Valaki. Curse of Valaki. This is the actual Curse of Strahd. Like, you just thought that you knew, but...
It's like those TV shows where they all go down paths, and it all goes back to Valakine, just like...
Right, yeah.
That
No,
is
completely.
awful.
Okay, give me just 1 second here.
Awful.
All right.
All right, kitty.
All right, this is what you actually see, and I will show it right now. You'll see it on stream.
On stream. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, on stream. These
boy.
strange-looking figures that have these kind of very long, kind of branch, kind of finger-like branches. And they look humanoid, but as you can see, they have these needles, pine needles and things like that over them, pieces of bark and stuff like that. And they have this kind of, it's definitely not an expression of being like in a trance or something like that, but it looks a little, they look sort of as if they're searching. Now, they have not seen you, nor have they come in your direction. And they're kind of, at the moment, sort of off to the side of the path in the mist, as you can see them moving. So they have not seen you yet, you don't think, but you have definitely seen them.
I didn't know we entered the DC universe. I didn't know there was a Swamp Thing crossover happening tonight.
They all look at you and they're like, "We are Groot." No. No, they don't do that.
I decided to get Weller's attention a little bit more, like in his head, and say,
What?
Speaking of samples, well, I think there is something here you might wish to get a look at.
Oh, lovely. Where?
Well,
And
just come to the edge of the bridge.
Come
But
to
they are approaching, right? You said they're heading slowly in our
They're
direction.
not. They're not really approaching. They're kind of sort of like they seem to be almost off to the side of the path. They're kind of hanging out down here. It almost looks like sort of looking up. They do seem to be looking towards the bridge occasionally, but then they sort of look off to the side of the path again and like up and over and stuff like that.
These creatures do not look familiar to me at all. Being a native Barovian.
Make a that's a good question.
Botany check. What?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I'm gonna have you make a nature check for me, please.
Nature. The hell is that? Oh wait, okay.
Yeah, you're big on nature, right? You're huge with nature.
Huge.
You and nature are like
me?
this.
We're like this. Yes, exactly.
You were the
But
thumb.
I did pretty well with my perception. It only has a bonus of 2, so you know.
Exactly. This is nothing. This should be fine.
14. Yeah.
You don't know a lot of the details of this, but you have definitely in the past seen or heard stories of strange creatures that often spent time in the forest, and that would, the kind of thing that mothers would use to sort of frighten children and so forth, that could bring forth upon the land various corruptions of nature to go along with Strahd's other sorts of corruption. And one of those corruptions relates to the corruption of the trees and the plants. And you do remember having heard stories of these kind of corrupted or blighted things that came from trees. Now, there are many different versions of that, and you don't remember having ever heard about this specific version, but would not be the first time that Strahd's presence had caused such corruption to actually exist. And obviously these things are generally not friendly. I think that probably goes without saying, but I wanted to make that clear in case anyone's curious.
Maybe I actually kind of nudge Alec and say, are they evil? I mean, because they're not like, they look towards the bridge. We're making enough noise, they would probably know we're there, but they're not like, charging out and firing pine needles at us.
I'm gonna go up and ask them. I mean, like, they don't
Very
see
well.
weapons on them.
And Weller just starts kind of trotting over that direction. And
Oh, I'm gonna
Sylvan-
walk up next to you, just like
Grab the collar, grab the collar!
And in Sylvan, he's like, hello!
slowly.
Hello!
So let's see. So
Like, I don't have my weapons out or anything if they're not threatening. If they don't have any
No,
weapons,
I'm not either. Because my only
visible.
weapon is my mind. Anyways, I mean, sorry.
in your mind you're like, what are you doing? Okay.
Well, kind of like it's a little swift Weller.
So the as you see, there's 3 of them, 3 creatures like this, oh, sorry, I probably just messed up your picture, didn't I? Let's see, did I mess up your picture? Yeah, I did. Let me not mess up your picture.
Yes,
Curse
please,
is foiled
please
again.
unmess my picture.
Yeah, I'm going to remove the picture from you for a moment. You all know what it looks like now, so that I can mess this up freely. So, as you are getting closer, you can see that indeed these are creatures that have these pine-like, sort of conifer-like needles that are growing on their bodies, sort of in quivering clumps, and as you can see them getting closer, as you sort of speak to them, they sort of turn and look in your direction, and then they begin to kind of hunch their way over. They move sort of in this weird kind of at this weird rolling gait as they move over. And Weller, you see this puff of something, looks almost like smoke or something or other, come off their bodies as they are closing in on you.
So first of all, I don't see Weller on our map anywhere.
He's under you.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I'm so small. Alec, please stop stepping on Weller. God's sake.
It's so easy. Well, Weller is.
Yeah.
Weller is like,
Hello, are you dryads? I've heard of dryads, and I was wondering if you were actually dryads, or are you some other like a Barovian version of them? If you could spare any of your bits of self, I would love to examine them and see if there's any kind of similarity. Oh goodness, what is that that you just did?
Yes.
Do they look like they're threatening or anything like that? Or...
As they are moving towards you now, they have not said anything, and in fact, it's a little disturbing because they don't make any noise other than just the kind of general crunching of the sound of, like, as if you were walking through pine needles or over pine needles in a forest.
So they're not like the limbs aren't creaking or like wood bends kind of.
No,
they're just
They feel and also there is a kind of. You smell kind of like a pine odor off of them as they get closer, Weller. But the odor, I was about to say, but it also smells rotten, like almost kind of like rotting pine would be a better way to describe it. As they are sort of in the process of doing this, you can sort of see they're kind of coming closer and closer.
I'm not like
when they get within about 60 feet, can I do divine sense to see if they're celestial fiend or undead?
So you're right next to Weller, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Staying up right
two
next
things
to him,
happen.
so.
You do this. You do that check, and yeah, exactly, Ardinell. The lead one says, "Have you seen my contact? I dropped it around here." Yeah, exactly. No, they do not do that. When you get close, two things happen almost simultaneously. The first is Weller. You sense very strong evil from all of these three. And the second is that they shoot this set of, basically the lead one shoots these needles almost like a porcupine would from its body. And they shoot towards both you and Weller. And I'm going to see which one of those actually it aimed for, because it was non-discriminating.
It's pine needle hucking. Oh my god!
Yeah, basically.
And it hits me in the eye. Oh, not again.
1 to 2 Weller, 3 to 4 Alec.
20, Greg. It has to hit him in the eye.
It's gonna be.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know. It does. So it does actually hit Alec. I want to see if it hits Alec in the eye. It'd be really, really funny. Oh shoot! It's not a natural 20. That's too bad. Oh well.
Well, there'll be plenty of chance for them to hit your eye later.
It is, however, a 19 to hit.
Ooh. As a hit.
Okay.
So I have my shield out as well. So.
Okay. Let me just make sure that I got that right.
Oh, you know what?
Okay. So when you get hit by this, it actually does not much damage. It only does 3 points of damage to you, Alec. But you feel like the sort of part that lodges into your skin stings badly. And as you sort of pull it out of your skin, you can actually see, just sort of quickly looking at it, that the needle, although it does look like a pine needle, has on the inside of it little barbs. So it's almost as if like there's little barbs that are inside this. You just sort of pulled out this burr, and you can see that the wound that it created is creating more blood than you would like for what was pretty much a glancing wound. And that is going to be the chance for us to roll initiative, gentlemen.
All right.
And
Because
let me pull
Weller sees this, it's like, well, that is completely unacceptable behavior from a piece of wood.
That is not the way we do things here, Tree.
Hey, Sod, how do you roll 2 separate D20 rolls in one action on the for a macro?
The way I did.
Oh, you just do. If you're gonna make it as a macro button, just do
Yeah.
/roll 1d20, and then next line /roll 1d20.
Oh, perfect.
You
Just
can do
copy.
that.
Okay.
Unless you want to do 2d20, just you can do that.
This is fine. No, the copying is great. That's perfect.
Okay.
That's fine.
I'm going to do my initiative. Hope I get something above 10. Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Natural 20.
Are we
Ooh.
getting
That's a pissed
anything,
off
guys? You getting any combat music yet?
Yes. Well, a very dark kind of ominous dark music. Yes, but yes.
You are
yes.
okay.
Yep.
Just wanna.
There is a bit of a drum riff to it.
There we go. Yeah, baby.
I'll turn that down. I just wanted to hear it.
Oh, it's good. It's good. Don't get me wrong. There we go. Okay.
So Weller gets a 4 on initiative, Alec gets a 21, and Django gets a something.
12. It's up there. It's in the turn
Like,
order.
yeah, I was like, there's like 3 different rolls from you, and I wasn't sure which one was.
Oh, I was testing my new. I
Okay.
should've kept those. I was testing my new because I get two.
Um,
Two.
Yeah,
Eldritch
and actually, yeah, Django, were you a 12 or a 9? What is that?
12. 12. 12. It's 12.
Okay.
And plus 2 is 12.
Weller, you said, I'm sorry, you had a 4, right?
4.
Okay. And
Which I
Alec
get
has
the
got the
opportunity to go
21.
beat, which I'm sure these wood guys would love.
Mm-hmm.
Not the 3. Now we hear 2. Okay, good. Thank you, Echo. Want to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 4.
The woodmen of the forest.
With the 21 and Django with the 12. All right. And let's find out what they are doing, shall we?
Well, they're obviously on a new diet and losing weight for all these pine needles they're firing off.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
All right.
And by the way, Aerodinel? Aerodinel, yeah, sorry. That first part is probably going to happen, apparently. So, of the party murders, I'm not sure we're going to bury them necessarily, but the murder part is probably going to happen. Well, it'll be self-defense.
It'll be self-defense.
Well, they did attack first, so yes, exactly.
Okay. Lovely. All right. That is going to bring us first then to Alec. So you've just been hit by this thing, and you can see these creatures are kind of coming in, sort of,
So my divine sense doesn't detect them as undead.
No.
Or
Definitively
Less-
not undead,
okay.
but they are clearly evil. Also, there's something a little weird about this, Alec, because there's definitely a strong evil, but it doesn't feel like the evil is centered on them. It almost feels like the evil is elsewhere, but it's like
it's like the
radiating
general
off
area
of them,
seems to be a
though.
little bit off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's a little bit
They had
consecrated. It's a little bit consecrated. So.
A little bit consecrated.
Sorry.
Why you gotta go make things so consecrated? Okay, so what do you want to do? Alec?
I'm just gonna run up and swing at it.
Okay. Go ahead and move your character up there. So you're gonna now there was the one that was in front that just sort of shot you.
Yeah, whatever's the one that shot me, which is probably in front. Yeah, I'm just gonna go up and charge at its face and swing away.
Okay.
I'm enraged for that. Like they didn't attack from pretty far, did they?
They were 60 feet away when that one
Okay,
shot
well
you.
I have to dash then to them.
Yes.
And so I'll do that, and then bonus action, I'll Shield of Faith myself.
Interesting, Aaron.
Let's do a Shield of Faith.
Ah. Indeed.
So my armor class is now 21.
Okay. Exactly. I don't understand what I'm just looking at here on this stream. That's chatty. That's the dice roller. Yes. Okay. I was gonna say, I'm like, what the heck?
Feller's just gonna sit there and aggressively eat Triscuits, pretending like it's wicker that was harvested from them.
How does that feel? Okay.
Not cool, man. You have good kids.
Too soon. Okay. All right. So Shield of Faith. Okay. That is going to lead us to Django. You're up next.
Yes. How far apart are the creatures from each other right now?
Probably about 15 feet, 10 to 15 feet away from each other.
I don't
They're
think
almost
it's
sort of
far.
like in formation, actually, it seems. Although
Yeah.
whether that's
All right.
intentional or not, you don't know.
Indeed, and Weller, you're only like what, 5 feet tall at the tallest, correct?
Yeah, about that 5'4", but
Okay,
sometimes
I can see above you. That's fine. And we'll adjust. I'll just take a quick adjust here, and I will be attacking this one. Oh, come on! Damn it! The one that is parallel to Alec, at the topmost one. It's a little smaller than the others.
Okay.
That one.
Yep.
All right, and I will be doing two Eldritch Beam blasts on him, as I can do two. Yeah. Good start. 18 and a 26.
Those will both hit.
Okay. Eldritch blast damage. I gotta up that 2. I'll do that next round. But for now, the first one blast does 15, and the second blast does 14 for a total of 29.
Okay. You blow it the hell up. So it just smashes this. Now, when it does that, it literally explodes into just flying needles everywhere. And so I'm going to need Alec
Sorry,
to make
guys.
a dexterity saving throw for me. And Weller too, actually, please. To make dexterity saving throws as these needles go.
13.
Oh, actually, no. You know what? It actually only Alec, because Weller has not dashed forward. So it's just
I
Alec.
was 60 feet.
Yeah, so
I had
it's
to
just
run
Alec,
60
sorry.
feet up to them.
Sorry.
But 13.
Okay. 13. All right. So yes, when this one blows up and sends these needles flying everywhere, you take only 2 points of damage from that. And again, there's that same effect of the sort of stinging that I mentioned that exists there. Thank you so much, by the way, Jeremy. Welcome to the Argonauts.
Just a concentration check.
So yeah.
Yep, it's fine.
Okay. All right. You counted that Shield of Faith
19.
when actually, yeah, it doesn't matter because it's saving throws. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's only this is concentration for the spell to stay up.
Okay.
So.
You're 40 out of 45 now, right?
Yep, 40 out of 45.
Lovely. Okay. Okay, but it is now down. Now, when you do this and it blows up, you feel this sort of almost like a shuddering in the forest, I think. And you hear Weller next to you on either side of the path, in the woods to either side, movement, like a rustling in the woods.
No, that's not. That's.
And
probably
actually,
not
you
good.
you as well do hear that, Django. Like there's just kind of.
Oh
like
yeah.
Okay, and that is that you're gonna stay where you are, Django.
They're within range. It's all good. Yep.
Okay.
I am going to start keeping an eye out to the left and right of us since the forest is rather thick. Is it possible at some point RV could extend our vision down the path a little bit, maybe?
Sure. Give me just 1 second.
Since of where we are, we're
and yeah, I don't.
The fog of war here.
I
Just when you have a chance.
I think actually that we should be in better shape, folks that are in stream, than we were last night. I think the wireless is much better, is my sense. So I don't think we've been dropping a lot of frames. So hopefully we don't have a bunch of, missed issues. But to the extent that there are, I will blame hotel Wi-Fi. RVox 2.0 is fine. Like I think it's handling it pretty well. But
I'm telling you, I know why hotels don't have network cables for everything. It's just just plug in.
I know it.
copper costs a lot more than electrons.
Yeah, that's probably the reason why.
True.
Okay, so you should now be able to
Thank
see
you, sir. Yes, thank you
the
very
path.
much.
Yes.
To
All
see
right.
better what's coming to kill us. Yeah.
Yes. That is going to lead us to the creatures. So let me actually move that.
Yeah. Yes, please. That one that.
the way? Okay.
Terminated.
This the other two move with actual surprising speed once they actually start to move, and they come up to you, Alec, and one of them rakes. Actually, both of them rake their claws down your body, or at least they try to. And let's see how they do when they try to make that happen. Okay, that's going to be a 22 and an 11.
Hit. Miss.
Okay. All right, so 5 points of damage here. And again, you feel this sort of stinging. And when you get hit and you sort of feel this kind of stinging as they hit you, you also feel as if the rustling of the forest around you seems to be almost... The way I would describe it is it just sounded like rustling. And then when you got hit by these things, not only did the rustling sort of increase, but also it sounds vaguely like... almost as if the forest is laughing. It's hard to imagine that that's the case, but that's sort of like what it sounds like. Weller, coming out of the sort of breaking through the woods towards you are 2 more of these creatures that leap out of the side of the path right in front of you. And so that's 1 and 2. I'm going to try to zoom in a bit here. Okay. 1 and 2. And they both, almost as if it were coordinated to be able to do this, they both, again, bring down their claws, trying to rake them over, in this case, your body. And that's going to be, let's see.
Or being Weller?
Being Weller, yeah. That is going to be a 17 and a 17.
Both hit.
Okay.
Or one of them does and the other one does.
Okay. Well, one of them is what, yes. Okay. That is going to be a total of 9 points of damage as you were stung by these things. Now, they don't leave needles behind. In this case, when they puncture, they sort of hit you with their fist, and it's almost like brass knuckles, except it's pine needle knuckles. And when they drive into your flesh, first of all, it hurts a lot, but also there is, again, you have this same sense that it's almost as if the sounds become much more real to you from the forest, and they sound much more like words than before. Instead of just a general rustling, now it's this kind of... and it is your turn, Will. So you have a total of 4 of these up there right now. 2 on Weller and 2 on Alec.
Well, Weller is going to focus on the one to the north, if the north is actually up.
Yes, it is this time, thank God.
Right. But this map, yes, it is up. He's going to focus on the one to the north of him, and having seen what happened to the other one, Weller is going to be like,
See, this is what happens when the woods do not know their place.
and he's going to Sacred Flame.
Nice.
You will learn discipline, Flame. Do you do something like "So be it, Jedi"? So be it, Pine Needle. All right. So Sacred Flame.
So be it, pine people.
So he needs to make a DC 14 dexterity.
Okay. Both of them miss colossally. I assume just because they were so excited to haha, oh ow. Okay. So they both take 8. Is that
No,
right?
just one of them. You can only target one of them.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Was it the one to the north you said that you were
One to the
targeting?
north.
Okay, got it. Yeah. So
That
you
is
hit it.
8 points of radiant damage.
Yes, and so you hit it. You see its sort of skin, and you have this strange experience of watching, almost like a log in a fire, Weller, the skin of this thing glow with the radiance of it along cracks in its skin that you can kind of see. And it makes no noise, nor does it even gesture. It just tilts its head and kind of comes in towards you. And again, the forest sort of writhes, like in pain almost, is what it sounds like. Now, I want to point out that that Weller hears this and Alec hears this. Django does not hear this other than just generalized rustling. But Weller and Alec, you hear it as if the forest is speaking. But Django, you just hear rustling. Okay, and Weller, I assume you're going to stay where you are since you are surrounded by needle creature things. But
Pretty much, yes.
okay. What about Little Weller?
Little Weller's going to pop out of his bottle.
Okay.
Um,
Oh, delightful.
he's fully aware of what's going on now because he's the constant telepathic link
Okay.
with Big Weller. And he is going to let me bring up his character sheet. He is going to collapse that back down. He is going to hit the one on the south with Vicious Mockery.
Okay. Alrighty.
Basically screaming something in Sylvan about your mother was a toothpick and your
What kind of wood is that? Knotty pine? Okay.
couldn't keep his wood up or something. You know.
Okay. And Vicious Mockery takes, right.
DC 13 Wisdom.
Right. I feel like this is going to go pretty well for you because Wisdom is not their... Oh, actually, though, you know what? They're like... They look at you and you hear like sticks and stones may break. No, they do not seem to be. They do not seem to be impressed. It does not seem to be impressed by your vicious mockery. It is, however, very interested now in Little Weller.
Mm-hmm.
You have viciously mocked it, and it is viciously looking at you, at Little Weller. And that's going to bring us to the top of the round with Alec. Alec, you were up. Django's on deck. What do you want to do, Alec?
Swing. Swing. First one. 18 to hit.
That will hit.
And 9 slashing damage.
Okay. Was that the one, by the way, on the left or the right? There's two of them, so.
The
Or
first one
to
you
the
said
north or the south. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, the right one.
Okay,
one.
so south. All right. How much did you say? 9?
9.
Okay, so you smack it, and like this, a ton of like sort of wooden needles go flying off. You have to kind of like duck as they go away, and you see sort of sap running down its side. It looks kind of messed up. The other thing you notice when you're up close to these is their bodies are like this sickly green and brown, and these do not look healthy. Like they're not sort of like we are healthy plants that you are. These look diseased and just like not. If they were undead, like they're not undead, but plant zombies is almost kind of like they just seem very disturbing. You're staying where you are, Alec, by the way?
I got a second attack now because I'm level 5.
Oh, that's right. At level 5, we have a second attack. Yep.
Second
Level
attack.
5.
A 22 to hit.
Yes.
There you go.
Another 9 slashing.
This time, again, blows up. And again, you'll need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. That's 15.
Okay. Yeah, you're going to take just 2 points of damage again as one of these needles hits you. And again, and this time you hear the writhing in pain.
Yay.
And the sound you hear is, "Stop in the name of Strahd." That's what it sounds like. And again, that's from the rustling around you. And again, you hear this, and Weller hears this, but not Django. Okay. That is going to lead us to Django is up.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
Okay. Bonus action. The
Exactly, Snicers. Zombie Plants versus Adventurers. Yep. Yep.
Oh, for reference, I saved my concentration for people in podcast. Just the previous 2 attacks.
Okay. Yep.
I still don't know why I cannot seem to get the marker, but the one to the south of me, Arv. I think it's this one.
Yeah. Okay. One directly below you and to the right of.
There we go.
Yep,
Now I
I
got
see
it
it.
working.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
I see. Yeah, on my bonus action, I cast Hex on him. As I am shouldering my way between him and Weller, because I'm casting Protection from Good and Evil on Weller.
Okay. Gonna get rid of that one that's there. Okay. All right.
So
Protection from good.
he's
and
now
evil.
somewhat protected, or should be. It'll be harder
Okay.
for them to get to them. So, and I'm going to, pretty much just kind of get in the way. So I'm shoving my way between these two, so I can
All
take
right.
this thing, which he will get.
Yes,
That's it.
and in fact, it decides that you seem like an appropriate target now.
Exactly.
And so it will, in fact, attack you.
right.
Try to rake you with its claws. 19 to hit.
Oh yeah.
That is going to do 6 points of damage. of piercing damage, and again you feel that sort of the pain in your skin, the sort of barbs of these creatures. The other one to the north is going to attack Weller again.
Now it has disadvantage on its attack rolls.
That's good because it would have critically hit otherwise. Instead, 16. Is that still a hit? Yeah. Okay.
Well, it's just a regular hit, so yeah.
Okay.
Oh, did it make a con save or something?
I'm sorry. Say again.
Did I need to make a Constitution save or something?
Is your protection concentration?
No. You don't need to. No. Right. That's true. If your protection is concentration, then you would need to make a.
Good point. Let me see. Hang on a second.
Then you would need to, but otherwise, no. There was no sort of needle effect. In the meantime, you're going to take 7 points, Weller, from that last attack. These things are really kind of raking into you, and again, as it hits you, this time again, even more clearly, surrender in the name of Strahd.
Well, that is concentration. Yeah. Okay. So it's a con check, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, TPK happens, they wake back up in Valaki. It was all a dream.
Yes, indeed.
You're fine.
Yeah, good. Okay.
Yep, that's fine. So you make the save with no problem. Your concentration remains.
Stop giving him ideas, dude.
Okay, and then the last one charges forward. And actually, let's see. Well, it's not right on top of Alec, so... well, no, that's not true. It's gonna move forward.
Attacking me.
Yeah, it is. So it's gonna move forward and attack again.
So
You do not have protection good and evil on you, however.
No.
10.
Nope.
Okay, so it misses with its claws this time, and that is going to lead us to a Weller, larger Weller.
Oh. Damn it.
Chew that Trisket. Chew it good.
Do it. Do it now.
So he's going to basically respond in Sylvan to it, saying you surrender to the will of Trinity. Oh, that's never going to happen. He's going to say again. More
Okay.
sacred flame. Megiddo flame. No, that's.
Sacred flame.
Hadouken. Oh, nice.
Wow.
14.
That is quite a sacred flame. And what was the DC again? I'm sorry.
14.
Okay. They do make it. So I believe it's half damage though still, right? On Sacred Flame. I may be wrong about that.
I thought it was. Yeah, hold on.
I don't know if it's half or...
I think there's an ability that lets you do that, but I don't think he has
Sorry,
it.
hang on. Sacred
I'm
Flame.
trying to remember.
No, actually, there's no half for this.
It's all or nothing, 'cause
It's all
it's
or
a champion.
nothing.
Yeah, so it does actually make it this time. So it manages to dodge out of the way. Right, because it's a focused target as opposed to an AoE that it's dodging. Yeah, never mind. So I don't have my player's handbook with me because I was trying to consolidate with my stuff. Okay,
Little Weller.
Does not work. Little Weller is up.
Little Weller is going to reach into his robes, and he's going to just chuck a small green vial at the one to the north there.
Okay.
And 5 is not going to hit him.
What does it do when it breaks not on him?
Well, given how far away it is, acid vial. Let's see. No, it doesn't really say. What do you think it does?
It just sort of sizzles on the ground, I would assume.
You kill some grass.
So it kind of sizzles, right, exactly. That was my favorite patch of grass.
Isn't acid like 1d6 damage or something?
1d4?
4?
Well, no, for Little Weller, it's 1 point of acid.
Okay.
1 point of acid.
Ah!
It's very
Ow!
tiny.
Ow! Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a question for
Sure.
you. Can we bring in other characters if we wish to do so and have them roll initiative and stuff?
If you wish to do so, I've been trying to avoid that for reasons already expressed. But we'll see if it becomes necessary. But
okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, that brings us up to Alec, and Django will be on deck. Alec, what do you want to do? You've got
Swing
still
away.
1 remaining.
Here we go.
If it becomes necessary, we just bring in Yushwan, and he's like, stick!
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like being attacked by an action figure. Yes, exactly, Ardnell. Yeah.
21 to hit, 10 slashing.
21's a hit, 10 slashing. Okay. On the one to the south, right?
west.
One right in front of you. Okay.
Yep.
That does not kill it, but boy, it's close. You
All right,
strike
let's
it
try
a
and
big
finish it
hit.
off. Here we go. 22 to hit.
Yep.
Damn, I'm hitting really well.
Yeah, I
This
know.
is amazing. Only 5 slashing for that one.
That's enough though, because it was almost dead already.
All
and
right.
again, blows up. I'll
And
need you
I'll
again to
do
make
this
that dex
dex
saving throw.
save.
Yep.
9, so that's probably a fail.
That is not going to get the job done. That's 4 more points. This is really like death by 1,000 needles, actually.
Yeah,
like,
it is.
Like a bunch
Quite
just like
literally.
that.
And let's do a concentration check.
A small
Yeah, I'm
green
fine.
vial of Roundup.
Yep.
that's
Alright, so I'll
awesome.
spend the rest of my turn just moving closer towards Weller and Django.
Sounds good. Django, you're up.
Yep. Pretty much the eye stone glares and right in this guy's face is 2 beams. So it's just
Okay.
like coring his head.
Take this.
All right. Which is suck if the rolls are terrible. 14 and a 19.
Both of those will hit.
Okay.
Out of interest, am I able to determine the distance of their explosion, so to speak?
It looks like maybe about at 15 feet, maybe 10, 15 feet,
Okay.
something like that.
And ironically,
Here it is.
I did the exact same damage of 29 points I did last time.
Oh my gosh. Well, again, you
Yeah.
said to the south. I'm sorry, the south one, the southern one.
South one,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
south
you
one,
just
right.
annihilate it. I'm gonna
blow
need
its
to
head
have
off,
you
literally, and then the whole thing, yeah, like you said.
Then I need that dexterity saving throw. from
Dexterity
you.
save, right. I think this is, well, this is the second time. This will actually be hit by the pine needle thing. Yeah, okay, dex save. Dex save, da-da-da-da, but my dex save is not great. All right, what do we got here? 7, ain't gonna cut it.
That is not going to do it. Fortunately for you, it does not do a lot, just 2 points of damage.
Alright.
But you are going to need to make a concentration check for me, because I think you have one
That
of those running.
is correct. I do. Just as a Constitution save, right? Correct. Yeah.
Yep,
I
just gotta beat. Just
I
gotta beat
just so rarely make these.
10. Beat 10. Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, no problem.
Nice.
Okay, that just
Alright.
leads us
Oh,
the
you-
one that
you can re-
remains.
Yeah, you can remove that one next to me, though. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to move it over here and get it even larger. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so this other one, and actually that was the one, because Little Weller was, in my imagination, to the south. So actually that means he's on Bigger Weller, which is maybe not as good for Big Weller, but it's much better for Small Weller. And so it attacks Big Weller again.
Disadvantage, of course.
Yes, and that means it's going to be with a 7, which is, I think, not going to get it done.
There we
So
go.
that is a miss. And now, Weller, it is your turn. And we have a muted Weller.
Yeah.
And he's like, see this? This is like wicker for the inside of your body.
I like weaponizing Triscuits. It's really pretty
Yeah,
awesome.
I really think a morale check is needed there. I really, I really do.
He is again. He is exactly. Okay. Well, actually, but this is Big Weller who's doing this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, not Vicious Mockery, but that was Sacred Flame.
Right.
Okay. Believe it or not, it again makes the save.
What is this? The
so-
ninja of tree needles?
It just
people?
rolls. It's like the Dark Souls of this. It just rolls back and forth.
Every time it makes something, I think it's like the Matrix out of the way, like bends backwards.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
beam passes over. Wah, you know, that
It's
thing.
like Entmoot, you know.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. They called me Quick Beam Anderson. All right, so that does not work out, unfortunately. What about Little Weller?
Little Weller's minute. And he's gonna run over and with his syringe stab it in the foot.
Okay, let's make that attack.
I wonder what's in the syringe for this. Oh, it's a critical.
Wow, he critically hits with a syringe. All right, what do you do? Do you critically overdose them with weed killer? Like what?
Catch up.
I mean, it is a poison. So yeah. So that'll be we decided it's max damage, right?
Right.
So that'll be 2 points of damage, and it has to make a DC 13 Constitution saving throw.
It makes that. So you sort of like, it kind of shakes it off. You hear again the rustling. Yes, you will pay. You hear.
And now I can hear that too, right?
Now you can hear this. Yes.
Wait a second. There's more.
Okay.
If the saving throw. Oh, it is. That's right. Never mind. It's fine. Never mind. There is no more. Go ahead.
Okay. So yes, you can now hear this, Django. You could not before, but now it's as if
Right.
the forest is in sort of sharp relief or needly relief around you.
That's kind of freaky.
Yeah. And that is going to lead us to Alec with Django on deck. Alec, there's only one left.
All right.
Kill it.
I'm trying to think if I should push it away or not. I mean, like, it exploded.
Pretty much, Aradnell, yeah.
Because if it explodes, it's gonna damage Little Weller and Big Weller.
That is true.
Little Weller probably.
Oh, I need to check the shove action to see how much I can shove.
Little Weller just dodges into the jar. Quick!
Oh my god. So I'll actually. Sorry, I'm just checking the shoving action. Make sure if I can shove it further away. But I don't think I have enough movement for that. So I'm just gonna. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to throw a hand axe at it from range, and then run in closer and finish it off with the sword if it doesn't hit.
Okay.
So let's do hand axe. And 11.
That is not going to hit. Narrowly misses. This is the same ninja like light though, so just like whoa.
This thing is just.
It's like, you know what it basically is like. It's one of those things outside like the gas stations with that like does all the crazy things with the air. It's basically what it's like.
All right, I'm gonna run up in with a long sword and try again. Oh my god, a 10. Wow, this thing won't die.
You are terrible. It just does this. It doesn't say that. Okay, that's going to lead us to Django. Django, you are up.
All right. I'll have to.
Now you're on the other side of Weller now from it, so you'll have to move around this one.
Well, no, actually, I'm firing. Remember, it's my eye that's firing. I'm firing.
Oh, okay,
right
that's right. Okay. Fair
Yeah,
enough.
but pretty much just turn around, literally, and yes, I unleashed.
So you really are Cyclops from X-Men now? Is that like you're
pretty
taking
much?
a shot?
Yes.
Okay.
Always have been. 15 to 27.
That is both of those are hits.
I apologize, Weller, because I'm standing behind you as this thing's about to blow up. Well, it's theoretically going to blow up.
Okay.
Yeah, 27.
Okay. Yeah. So, again, you annihilate it, and I will need Weller, who will helpfully shield you from the needles. And I will need now. I'm going to need Little Weller to make this, but it's going to be an advantage for him because he's like very small and it's not really in his area. So
Dexterity.
You get advantage as well because of protection from.
Oh, on saves,
Oh,
on
that's
dex
right.
saves.
Yes. I believe.
Saving
Yes.
throws.
Okay.
As well.
Yep. All right. Sounds good.
Dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity saving throw. Yes.
I
So-
rolled a lovely natural 1. No, 2. Sorry.
Okay. And for Weller and Little Weller as well.
Little Weller rolls a natural 1. Big Weller rolls a 12.
Okay. But Little Weller was doing this at advantage though. Remember, because I said he was behind and low. So then he's got what, like a 19?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So that means that, and Weller's got a 12. Is that right? Large Weller has got a 12.
Yep.
Okay. So Weller, that's not going to do it. So Alec and Weller fail. Little Weller saves. That means that Alec and Alec and Large Weller are
Big
going
Weller.
to take 3 points of damage each. And Little Weller is going to take 1 point of damage. Just getting grazed by it.
Mm-hmm.
As it impales him against the wood. Okay. And as this last one expires, there is a mighty sort of twittering in the branches, and like a sort of shaking, and you hear this, you will pay. And then sort of like the sighing of the wind. It drifts away, and as it drifts away, you feel the kind of the forest gets into, and a good way to describe this is to jump out of game for a minute. If you've ever adjusted the sharpness on a television or a computer monitor so it was too sharp, that's how it felt, like it was too intense. That fades as the sighing of the wind fades, as the sighing of the, like what sounds like the sighing of the wind through the trees. And you are now left alone inside the now empty forest.
And so another round passes. Another 6 seconds.
just wanted to make sure there's no one else around.
Yeah. I kind of look around.
Yes, that's right. We're now out of initiative.
Okay, so another 6 seconds pass, and Little Weller regains 1 hit point.
Okay, so he just kind of basically like cracks his neck, like that's all he needs to do.
He automatically regenerates as long as Weller's alive.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
I think that's all of them.
I think Zorana's gonna step up here and do some healing on him. Because what points you like 10 or something out of 26? You took a lot.
7.
So, yeah. Okay.
Let's... I want to say for those, because you guys didn't have too much trouble with that fight, and yet still there were 5 of those things. But Alec took like almost half his hit point damage, and Weller took over half. So these guys, again, death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, they were dangerous, right? Let's see, 1 + skill cast.
And now there's just a pile of needles on the ground.
Pulling out all these needles and
yeah.
Out of interest, the first attack that happened, that needle shot thing, was that different from the rest? Is it definitely shows some difference?
Yes, the first shot seemed to be one set of, again, as you look at these creatures, they're not completely like covered like fur in these needles. It's more like there are these clusters of needles. And one of the shot where you were hit by range, that was one of these cluster of needles like shot out from its chest.
Okay.
So it was propelled by some force. Yeah.
Actually, I got an idea. Weller.
Weller, take 13 points back first, or do anything else?
Well, I need you to look at this one.
So he's up to 21 now.
And I pull out one of the ones from the first attack and just say it's. Can you just make sure it's not poisoned or anything?
20.
20? Okay.
13, not 4.
Oh, 13, okay.
Yeah, and so he starts... he's pulling like a couple of the needles that hit him, and the one that hit Little Weller, and also the one that Alec is getting. And so they're starting to do their thing, analyzing it.
One thing that you can note before Little Weller, and remind me later as he does his thing, and I'll tell you more of what he discovers, but in the short term, what I can tell you for sure is that there is this strange viscous material on the ends of each one of these needles. It looks almost like sap, but there is a it almost has like this consistency of tar, and it feels almost like as you touch it, it feels almost slightly painful, as if there's an acidic quality to the this sort of tar-like sap that's at the edge of it.
Interesting.
Zarama will ask Alec if he would like some healing as well, since he seems to be in pretty bad shape.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea.
And that's creepy.
Save my magic.
That's
I can save mine for later.
Exactly. 14.
All right, that's 40. Back up to 40.
All right.
Okay. Would you require more?
That'll be enough. You can save some for later.
Just in case, exactly. That might be a good idea, she says. All right.
All right. So now the forest is silent.
And that feeling is gone.
Yes.
The present. Okay.
Yes.
And there's literally nothing left of these things at all. Like when they
other than just pieces of there are definitely like bits of needles and like stuff like that on the ground. Some of which Weller's looking at right now, but there's no bodies at all. No.
Right.
Just like piles of needles.
Yep. Okay, that's what I was curious about. Yeah.
Wonder if that was a message to us from Strahd.
I certainly hope not. I mean, he invited us to dinner. This is terrible behavior for a host.
Indeed. I wonder what other surprises the forest has in store for us as we wander down this road. So we are still heading toward Kresk, right? That's the idea?
We haven't decided yet, but I
yes,
assume we will.
I mean, you were starting to move down the... I mean,
you just saw them on the crossroads.
Correct, I was just going to say,
yeah. But that's also where the Wizard of Wines is supposed to be, Arv, is that correct? On the way to Kresk?
Correct.
Yes, all right. Then, and since Kresk is where not only people we have to drop off, but I also have business at the Abbey and all that fun stuff, I think we should, yes, unless someone has any other strong desires to go elsewhere.
I'm happy
we'll say, yeah.
Home?
It's just gonna take a while to get all these needles out while we're going. There's so many.
Indeed, you do. Look like a little bit like a pine cushion.
Okay.
Pin cushion. Pin cushion.
Well, but there are little pine needles, so he is a pine cushion now.
Oh, yeah.
Clever. All right. So you begin again your to move down this path. Now, one of the things you notice is that the forest, especially to the north of you, although you can see a little bit of this to the south as well. In fact, you probably can see a little more of this as a consequence. The forest is basically raked up from the pathway. So you can actually see the forest kind of going up the hill on both sides. The leftmost side, the forest is kind of more on your level, but on the southmost side, I should say, on the north.
Real quick,
yeah.
Hold on, real quick. Since I think that Alex probably gonna be a little distracted by picking out his pine needle, and I was gonna take the lead for this one for the next stretch.
Okay.
So I'm just going first, unless that's all.
Okay. So, as you are sort of making your way down and around and up, the sort of forest seems to kind of loom around you. Now, it's not that presence that I've mentioned before. You don't get that, but definitely this is not it's not a pleasant. Anyone who's ever spent any time in a forest knows that there's some forests that are really cool and sunny and pleasant, and and then there are this sort of the kind of old growth. Everything feels like tangled and kind of closed in on you and claustrophobic, and that's really what this sort of feels like a little bit to you.
Mirkwood.
Yeah, not quite as bad, but yeah, in the same ballpark, sure.
Mm-hmm.
And as you are sort of continuing along the way, you come to an intersection here in which the path splits three ways. It continues up to the northwest, and then there is the path along which you came. And then to the south, there is another path which seems to kind of double back towards the direction you came, but up the hill. So basically, since this is all a hillside that you can see here, you'd be climbing up the hill to go back towards where the other path to the south would lead you. Or you can continue up to the northwest, roughly speaking, where, where the other, where you were originally headed.
Mm-hmm.
There's no signpost or anything like that, so we don't know which way.
There's no signpost here.
Okay.
Except that Django, you're pretty sure though that Kresk is not up a hill, at least not that you know of.
Right. No, I would pretty sure it'd be off. Once you get off this way. Let's head off this way.
Okay.
Fine.
Out of interest, can we check? Can I check the kind of like the prints around here? If there's markings like caravan markings or footprints, anything?
Sure. Make an investigation check for me.
Anything interesting along that lines?
Damn thing takes an hour. Okay.
A 4.
You're like, so you have this one moment where you're like, guys, I see there are tracks right here, and then you realize that they're like tracks of what looks like as you look up like Django's boots.
It's
that are, like,
Django's
right ahead
boots.
of you. Yeah, it's basically Django's boots. So Django has been here.
I'm not going to say anything.
Django has passed over this path not seconds before you.
You're right on my heels. We have no way other than sending a little Weller down there to scout, but I don't see why we would take the fork because it's not where we want to go. So, which I will kind of share to people that I do not know where this branch path goes, but this is not the direction we wish to head. So I do not know why we would explore it unless someone has a pressing reason to do so.
I wonder if the Wizard of Wines is that way, but if it's all the way up that hill, that's a bit of a trek.
How high does that hill look, Arv? Just roughly?
That's a good question. I would say that is probably. Let me double check it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we obviously can't see the top of it or anything like that.
That's what I was curious
Yeah,
about.
it's a decent-sized hill. It's not actually as it's not as sharp an incline as the hill that leads up to, like, leading out of Barovia, like the one that you climbed basically when you were on your way up, where you, the old bone grinder and the mill and all that stuff. Like that was actually probably, those hills around there was probably steeper, especially to the northeast where Strahd's castle is. This one is not like that, from what you can tell.
On the other hand, if something is waiting to perhaps ambush us, it might be worth checking out to make sure there's nothing that is going to come at us from behind either. It is up to what the rest of you feel.
If you want to go a little bit up and then come back, I mean, I can come with you while everyone else waits here. But
see, now this is where I wish I had my familiar. I would just have the damn familiar up there and it could look out for us. But no, I cannot do that because we don't have an hour to waste.
No, we can wait.
Well,
I can get some more of these needles out and just seem to be everywhere.
It would be quicker to take 10 minutes to walk up there and walk back. Well, do you wish to join us?
I could do that, yes.
All right.
Yeah, we'll have the rest wait here and we'll just go have a quick scout.
Exactly.
Okay.
All right.
I like your little red question mark there. It's just,
yeah, that's funny.
Like,
yeah.
This is the way it's going to be.
So we're gonna start heading. I mean, because if it is not that long, then it won't. Either we'll come up on something or we won't.
Okay. So you proceed up that way, and thank you for the host, by the way, Shatter. I appreciate it. I don't entirely know why my host notification is not up yet, but all right, you proceed down this path.
Pond noises.
Yeah, as you get, it's actually the sound of like insects, perhaps from the woods, as you go along, and as you make your way up, it looks like it's going to be probably a good. If you had to guess, it looks like a good long way. Like it's not incredibly steep, but it looks like it's going to be probably, you would guess, about an hour to go back this way, because you're doubling back along the path you took, which is fine. You can do that. But just be aware that will be the case. It's not a 10-minute there and back type of thing.
Okay. Like 10 minutes in, then we're actually going to stop and see if let's get consensus among the group of, do we actually want to continue going down here is the question. It's just go on for a while. There's no obvious signs of travel or life along this path, right, Arv?
Other than just the creature, like the sounds to the side of the road, no. You also notice, by the way, that the sort of the oppressiveness seems less here. There seems to be less of it. The forest thins out a little bit.
It's basically more lively for creatures and stuff here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more that the forest thins out. So you don't really see a lot of still forest life like darting across your path or anything, but you can hear some sounds to the either side, and the forest is not as thick.
If we're just a little bit late, I don't think they'll mind.
All right.
So you're going to continue?
Yeah. Try to get to this area and see what happens here, I think, however long that takes.
Yeah, until we get some point of interest, maybe.
I will tell you exactly what you see. Your own doom. What you see here is...
I'm being so chipper about that.
Let us take it easy. Okay. You see something rather extraordinary here, and this is something which, Django, you might actually have heard of before, as I will describe in just a moment. High above the river valley juts a quiet promontory upon which looms a sepulchral mansion, its turrets capped with fairy tale cones, its towers lined with sculpted battlements. A third of the structure has collapsed, as has part of the roof, but the rest appears intact. A dark octagonal tower rises above the surrounding architecture. Out of the fog comes a distant peal of thunder, quickly accompanied by the howling of wolves in the woods below, but the house stands silent, seeming like the fossilized remains of some long-dead thing smote upon the mountainside. Now, this is definitely not Strahd's castle. I want to be clear about that. But now that you're
Strahd
up
would
here...
keep it in much better shape.
Yeah. But now, that's very true. Much higher quality standards. But now that you're actually above here, you can actually see that you're higher than you thought. In fact, if you look down from here, you can actually see, you need to go up right next to it to see all of it, but you can actually see that you can look down on the river valley off to the east and the south. And so, as I say, this was like more that this is a lot higher up than you thought. It seemed more gradual, and the place itself that you're looking at here seems to have some kind of well, there is a. I mentioned that there was kind of a lightness about it, and as you look, Django, you do remember having heard stories about other places that fought against the will of Strahd, and one such place that was considered to be a stronghold in the ancient days, that was kind of positioned high up on a hill, so that these two, like almost like the towers of Minas Tirith and Minas Morgul, glowering at each other across the plains in the Tolkien's world. That it's similar example. These two houses, Strahd's castle and this place, sort of staring at each other across the valley between them and the forest between them. But it definitely does not look like it's occupied now.
It's not like a heavily fortified. There's no. From
That
what we
you can't
can
tell. You'd need to find. You would only be able to find out if you got closer. A lot of it is collapsed, of course. So
yeah.
And I will mention that I've actually heard of this place, although the name of the former ruler escapes me. Of course, you see before you the evidence of what happens when one tries to stand.
So this isn't the Wizard of Wines.
I would
I don't see any grapes or anything, and just assume.
But perhaps if he's a wizard, he just summons the wine.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
It's definitely not a vineyard.
Do we wish to investigate this place?
If nothing else, I'd like to get a look at the valley from this higher vantage point. It will greatly help my map.
It is a good.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to be about another half hour, you would guess, to climb the rest of the way.
So that's a big freaking mansion.
Yeah.
Basically. Wow.
Big
okay.
place.
All right.
I mean, like, Valaki is like 3 grid squares, 3 or 4, nearly 4, and that's 1. So that's pretty big.
Pretty big, although it's not quite to scale, but yes, I mean.
Yeah, but if we can see it from a half hour's distance away, that's a pretty.
Yeah, part of that is how high it is, though.
True.
Because it's sort of like positioned higher than you thought. But yes, I mean, I take your point. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
Right,
so you were coming up to it.
Just make sure there's no one else around.
Okay.
Yeah, indeed.
All right. So you move around, and just give me a second whilst I get one of my famous pictures ready here. So as you sort of pull around, so first of all, indeed, Weller, this gives you opportunity to see quite a bit on your map. Like this is a sort of, there's very little, very little forest up here, and in fact, I can actually drop out the forest sounds here. Okay. Okay, so there is that. And let's get this going on.
Let's see.
All right, there we go. Okay. So as you sort of come around, as you sort of climb this hill, and you get close, I'm going to pull you to, this map. And before I do that, I'm going to make sure that I do not inadvertently reveal anything. So I'm going to shut off the central map for just a second. All right. And
That's okay. That gives more time for Weller to sit there with his little portable desk and fill in his map.
Scratch the hell out of it. I burned a hit die to get some points back when I had a crappy roll, so I only got 4 back.
Okay.
So
mark that down.
I'm at 46 when you get a chance. You guys
got
me
it.
later. Okay.
All right. Okay. And let me make sure that I position everyone there. Okay. Let's see. All right, so I think that is what I need to. Yes. Okay. Good. All right. Now I'm going to bring along the players. Who can join me as we travel together to the town of Valaki. No, I'm just kidding. All right.
Graphical Groundhog Day.
All right, here we go. And position you right here, and I will show everyone the center map in just a second. So fear not, chat. All right. All right, and I need to know why that's not showing up on that map here.
Is dynamic fog of war on?
Oh yeah, thank you. Yep.
Make sure you turn
It's
that
always
off.
what it is. Yep, you're
Just
100%
normal
right.
fog of war is what you want.
That's
not
what
the
that's what I did, but I think it always turns on dynamic automatically, without like as a default, which is
It's pain.
which is not what I want. Okay, so now, although that's still not doing it. Can you?
Rod doesn't want you to show us what it is.
I'll just
I
put a
know.
token on.
Yeah. All right. Do you see anything at the moment?
Nope.
No.
That's odd. How about now?
Mm-mm.
That's weird.
So you went to the page settings, unticked, what was it? I'm trying to remember the settings now. Let's go to my
Yeah, I
campaign
did. I mean,
present.
I don't. I'm worried about reloading it because.
So you've got fog of war ticked, advanced toggle fog of war disabled, and then dynamic lighting disabled.
Yes, I have fog of war enabled. Advanced fog of war is not enabled. Dynamic lighting is not enabled.
Okay, so then you hit OK. Did you reveal areas on the using the?
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
I'm gonna do a
I mean,
browser
I
refresh.
could
to
try
make
to
sure it's
try to
not some weird
refresh.
bug. Yeah, could be another Roll20 bug.
Man, that's weird. So, yeah, I can try to see if I reload the DM's one. That's going to be. I'm a little nervous about rejoining. It's going to be a problem. What the heck? Let me bring you back for just a second. Let's
Sure.
Let me jump you back over to Barovia for just a moment. All right, let's make sure that we got this right. So, you folks are here. Hold on a second. You are here. Okay, so that's right, right? You can see that, yes? And that all looks normal?
Yep.
Yes, okay.
Can you reveal an area, just like a random bit of the corner?
Yeah, give me a second.
Make sure
Sorry,
it's
chat.
working.
We're just bear with us as we're figuring this out.
Technical issues.
How's that?
Yeah, that worked. I saw
Okay,
that reveal.
So that works. Okay.
Okay, as long as Weller can see everything, you might as well reveal the whole map.
No. It's clever girl. All right.
Good try though.
Okay. Let's go over here.
There it is.
You see it?
Yeah.
Yep,
The
yep.
round thing with
Huzzah!
arrows on one side. Yep.
There we go. Lovely.
Ah,
All right, there we go. Sorry about that, folks. Okay, now I'm going to show on stream this picture here of what it is that you see at the front, because there's actually a rather large statue which you can see, and I'm showing it on stream right now, so you can actually see it. And that is the statue that you see in the center of the screen right there.
Handsome.
So, perched atop a 10-foot wide, 10-foot high cube of granite is a moss-covered statue of a dragon, its wings tucked close to its body. The statue looks east toward the mansion. And you can't really see many of its features from this distance. You need to get closer to see more about it.
yep. Well, I'll head up closer to it while Weller is just.
I thought you'd
reading.
like that dragon spear.
Where the hell am I? Can you throw me on there too?
Sure.
Smoke disappeared. I was waiting for the technical difficulties to be over. Dragons are good looking. Are you settled?
Okay, hang on a second.
Yep. Wow, there I am. Okay.
As I get you control.
Come on. That would be nice.
There we go. Oh, and thank you very much, Dragon Spear, as Dragon Spear has become a Arva patron.
Yay!
Thank you so much for the resub. 21 months, man. Thank you so much, Dragon. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Much love.
Long-term support is always appreciated.
Indeed.
Everyone who supports is appreciated.
Okay. Oh, you know what kind that is? Yeah. Okay. So there is that. Now everyone has control. So as you get close to this thing, you can actually see that it quite clearly is a silver dragon of noble bearing. All of you can see. Its spiny frill is kind of cracked and broken in many places. The statue is 10 feet tall, actually, but on top of the granite block, like it looks that much more sort of imposing and impressive. And again, it is focused towards the front of this mansion.
Weller, are you standing on it?
Did Weller climb it?
Well,
climbing all over, checking to see if it's anatomically correct. No, he's not doing it.
I mean, look, you know.
Hey, you do you. It's, you know, what happens at the Ruined Manor stays at the Ruined Manor. That's all I'm saying. So, okay, so, all right, does this jar anything? I mean, that's kind of an odd or rare, I would think, symbol in anywhere. Barovia.
Yeah, go ahead and make a, let me see.
I mean, we have,
take a look and see about
kind of thinking that myself. It's not really. Oh, history. There is a history roll.
Yeah, I'm thinking about history. I think I'm going to have you do that. Make a history check for me, please.
Right. History. He hopes. History is 15. Well, not
there
bad.
were you do remember some story about an order that was dedicated to the elimination of Strahd that had something to do with silver dragons, like the Order of the Silver Dragon or the Order of the Dragon or something. But it's so long ago that it's long since lost to antiquity in any detail. I mean, like, but there was, you think you remember something about a dragon and some sort of challenge.
I would assume a silver dragon would be helpful to take out Strahd. Yeah, that'd be great. If there's only
well, you're not sure that it was an actual dragon or if it was just the sort of an order that believed in the dragon
concept.
Yeah, right.
All right. I impart this information, but the details are sketchy. It has been lost over the centuries. And this is stone. This is a stone statue.
Stone.
There's no names or like text on the stone statue at all?
You do not see any markings other than just the sort of like, you know, weathering of time. But you don't see any markings on the statue, no.
All right. And that was my next question, like the weathering of time. Is it, the level of craftsmanship on the statue before and now, is it like half melted, a century's gone by, we think, or maybe 100 years? It's hard to tell.
I would say that it is probably somewhat hard to tell. It's definitely some of it has obviously fallen into disrepair, but the parts that remain, as you can actually see even from the picture, are fairly well preserved, actually. I mean, so you don't know whether that suggests that it's ancient, or rather, sorry, not as ancient, or if it suggests simply that there is something that preserved, whether it be magic, faith, something which preserved this thing beyond its age.
And it's all stone. There's nothing like, there's no gem inset its chest or its eyes or rubies or anything. It's just all stone.
Just stone.
Okay.
Weller's going to cast Mage Hand.
Okay.
Little Weller's going to get into said Mage Hand, and Weller's going to pass it all up and around all of the thing while Little Weller casts Detect Magic.
Nice.
I love that image.
Yeah, that is hilarious. I raise myself up and.
This is unquestionably radiating an aura, a faint aura, but an aura nonetheless, of some kind of evocation magic around this thing.
What?
It radiates delicious magic.
Yes. Delicious, tasty magic.
Well, we can't understand what you're saying with food in your mouth.
No.
I was too busy having more wood Triscuits.
Yes. We managed to dilute most of the acid from the pine needle creatures, and I was just tasting one to see if it was as tangy as I suspected it was. And indeed it is.
It's like
I
wasabi.
don't feel like tonsils anymore, so that's a little odd. Anyway, because this is radiating a faint aura.
You said evocation?
Yes.
Boom! Evocation magic.
Wow, I don't know what that was. That was me. Yes, evocation magic.
It might have been me.
Okay.
So you think it could hurt us or something, or?
Well, that's a very good question. I suspect anything could hurt you, given the proper circumstances, really. I mean, a cloud could probably hurt you. Lightning and all.
Django shakes his head.
But that's not really the cloud hurting you. I thought that's lightning hurting you.
Well, where do you think the lightning comes from?
You have a point.
Guess
there.
so.
Anyway. Evocation.
Do you want to check it for any kind of markers? Perhaps like it's got a switch that turns it on?
That's what he's doing.
Oh. I just thought he was weird being floating over there. I just can't see why he's floating. Just figured it's some kind of cool magic that you've got.
Yeah, it's power of the mind. It's called telekinesis.
Wait, can you make me float?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Hmm.
You wouldn't like it very much, though.
Oh, I've never floated it before. I just wanted to see what it was like, but perhaps we can do that another time.
Another time, perhaps, but no, it would injure you. It's all right.
So he hasn't found any kind of, like, it's not a trap or anything.
Not that I can see, or he can see, or we can see.
Is the front door closed? I assume.
Yes.
The giant front
I
door.
can't see it from here. You're going to have to check.
The front door is closed. You have to get a little bit closer to kind of see more, but
See?
Yeah.
I told you.
I'll go have a quick look at the door. Just yell at me if anything happens. Well, because if it does something and it's facing the direction of the door, I have a feeling it might just do something.
Okay.
Just let me know.
All right, then, anything happens.
okay. So
But
go
don't
ahead.
do it with something with food in your mouth, because then I can't hear you. All you just do is go, and that doesn't mean anything.
Oh.
Go ahead and move your token towards the thing.
So,
So, Alec, these flagstone steps, flanked by stone railings, climb to a landing in front of a pair of tall wooden doors with rusted iron bands and knockers that are shaped like small dragons. And carved into the lintel, actually, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, whether it's lintel or lintel, above the
Lintel.
entrance, is it lintel? Above the entrance is the word Argyn Vostholt. So this is Argyn,
Argyn. Yep.
Vost,
Vost.
yep, Holt. And as you climb the steps, Alec, Weller, above you, you hear this kind of, and you see that the dragon statue opens its mouth and exhales this 60-foot cone of harmless cold air. You feel sort of chilled by it, and actually, Django, you were hit by this as well. You feel chilled by it, and then the mouth closes again, and it's sort of cold, but it doesn't really hurt you. And you wonder if at one time this might indeed have been a far more powerful trap. If that had been, let's say, a magical spell known as Cone of Cold, that would have kind of sucked right then. But instead, you were simply just sort of chilled by this.
Mildly
cold.
chilled.
Yeah.
I'd be lovely if we're like covered in snow or something.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Pity Braxos would have loved that.
True.
That was. You could have warned us that was
I could've.
happening.
Yes, I could have. However, the DM wouldn't stop talking long enough for me to go,
I beg your pardon. It happened actually very quickly. The But again, and then the mouth closes, and Django, when you stand on the steps, the mouth does not open again.
I figured they're all dead. Okay. I will come up to the side of Wallach, brush a little frost flakes off my coat.
Well, good thing that wasn't something worse. Gonna knock on the door. You ready?
Of course. Fully expecting no one was going to answer.
Weller and Little Weller come up and look at the.
I believe that's an anagram for dragon mustache.
You quickly determine
Really?
it is not at all an anagram for dragon mustache.
Perhaps not, actually. No Y in mustache or in dragon's eye.
Also, what's up, Flat Hat? Okay, so when you knock on the door, you hear this resonant boom, boom, like on the inside of it. I mean, obviously you're knocking on wood, but there's on the other side, you can hear it sort of echoes through some obviously large chamber on the other side of the door.
Hello? Anyone home?
There is no response.
Kind of tempted to go in, but do we want to head back or?
It's highly unlikely that anyone still lives here. Let us go inside for a few minutes and at least take a look
Well,
around.
this could be a good rest stop if we need it, and it's pretty safe. But
that is a bit.
huge
That is a big.
area.
That's a big if, my friend. And
this is
again,
not
why
the
should we
best
look
of
around?
What's up, Stevie Dancer? Go for the
Should we go
token.
around the outside, maybe?
I'll reach over and try the door, Arv.
What's up, Shadowner? When in Barovia. The door is unlocked, and as you push on it, the doors open.
I walk inside.
Okay. And reveal the following. This room feels like a king's tomb, is the way to describe it. And I will say more about that tomb just as soon as I reveal more of your own.
You
imminent
lucky
death.
people.
Always a pleasure, Steve. So, let me bring you over to here. Quick note again about how much I love the maps in these ones. They're really, really well done. I just wanted to say.
You know what we'd love more is if North actually pointed freaking north on our.
Wait,
Yeah.
yeah. What's north for reference? Do we? Because I can put a little thing down for it.
That is a good, let me just double check and make sure that and see whether north is north.
Well, it's off to the left and down.
Yes, north is north. You'll be happy to know.
Woohoo!
Stunning.
I'll still do it anyway. Just
It is like reading the winning the lottery.
It's one of those weird things. It's like, why it was that one thing only that they were like wanted to be a special snowflake map. I don't understand like why. It was strange. Anyway, okay. So a grand staircase, as you can see on the far end of this room, leads up to stone balconies that are held aloft by stone pillars and arches. A tall, faded tapestry depicting a nobleman in silver armor hangs from an iron rod above the staircase landing, and that's right back here. You can see sort of the distance from you. 6 sets of double doors lead from this foyer. Along the walls, displayed on marble pedestals, are 3 alabaster busts of handsome men. A 4th bust and its pedestal have been knocked over. You can actually see that over here. And their shattered remains lie strewn across the mosaic floor. 2 chandeliers of wrought iron hang from the ceiling like monstrous black spiders.
I kind of glance over at Alec and say, "Shitty place." And this, I'm sorry, this black line. This is a curtain. The line at the back.
It is actually a tapestry.
Tapestry.
That has a nobleman in silver armor.
You're welcome. Nobleman in armor. I'm sorry. Yes. I will advance to because I'm curious about the tapestry. And apparently, I'm going to say that all the time.
Okay.
Now stop here at the base of the stairs just to get a better look at it.
Okay.
It mean the man is dense.
Yeah,
just be careful for more traps before you go anywhere.
As you pass over, all of you. So basically, as you just sort of pass to these stairs. So when you got here, right? There is all of you see a great shadow with wings moves across the walls and disappears, and you hear a soft, bestial in the darkness.
Okay, that was impressive.
Pull out the weapon, pull out the sword and shield, and just. You all saw that, right?
Yeah, and all of you did see it. It's hard to miss.
I was just gonna say that. It's just hard to miss. Mm.
Hello?
This is in Sylvan.
Hello? Is anyone here?
No response in Sylvan or any other language.
Alec, perhaps you wish to do your evil sensing ability just to be safe. I mean, I do not think you will come up with anything, but it may not be a bad idea. So I'm sorry, you said.
Why not?
Oh, there's the doors. Okay, and the one, so the dotted line means what again?
That's the balcony. So there's these stairs lead up to the balcony on the. Yep.
Gotcha. Thank you. Sorry. And the doors are on the upper level or lower level?
They're on the upper level. You can actually see balconies, doors from here, and it looks like that there's actually one of the sets of doors here is open. You can just see from your vantage point. Also, I should mention, by the way, that inside.
You all die.
Yeah. Also, I forgot to mention
that's a foregone conclusion.
That inside there's light sort of shining from the outside into this room, but otherwise there's no torches lit or bright on the walls or anything like that. So you will need either the sight that Django possesses, or you would need special either dark vision or something like that to be able to see. So it's not lit otherwise.
That is right. Thank you. Yes, I appreciate the
All
nod.
right, so I'll do divine sense.
Okay.
Any undead in the immediate vicinity, or celestial, or fiend?
Well, Django's being a little odd, but other
Obviously
than
anything
that,
that's consecrated,
I'm sorry. What? Say the last part again.
or anything that's consecrated or desecrated.
What's the range on that again?
It's 60 feet. So basically the whole room. I assume these are 5 feet squares, or
These
10
are
feet?
10-foot squares. This place is big.
So I'll like go in the middle and just do it. So I have like a general.
Okay.
Paladin vision activate.
Exactly.
Beep.
There is not. You do not detect any undead or anything like that here, or consecrated or desecrated ground, but you feel personally, Alec, as if this is a place of some reverence. Might be the way to describe it. It's sort of what comes from growing up around these sorts of things. It's not clearly itself.
So it feels like
church.
The
but
same
it
feeling
feels
you
like,
get at like a church,
Yes.
but not like a holy
Exactly.
version of it.
Exactly.
It's like so it's not a holy version
Exactly.
of it. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And by the way, before you guys continue with this, it is my pleasure to welcome everybody, just resetting here, to Day 18 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Curse of Strahd. We have called this Wine and Song. And right now, the crew of Weller Pale and Alec Gedzar and Django Lucky, played by Trendane Sparks, Sod, and John Hovers respectively, are in the process of working through. We are down a couple of people today, and Cairo and Rob and Maggie will all be back with us in April, but this session here is the second one of the month, and so I am streaming this live from the road with the power of RBox 2.0, which is doing a great job. However, you will notice that there is some buffering happening on occasion because I am using hotel Wi-Fi, and that is a thing that happens. So, but welcome, and if you like what you see in here, please support the stream in the many ways mentioned previously, and thank you. Okay. So, yes, so you are now standing up looking at this tapestry. Django, the tapestry, once you're up close, it looks like it's still obviously intact, although, as I said, it's faded. And it is this nobleman in silver armor that is very sort of, it's torn in several places. It's, as I said, it's together but faded, and there are a couple of tears towards the top near where the sort of tapestry is held by the iron rod. But otherwise, it just looks like a very noble-looking sort of figure, kind of looking off and actually looking in the direction of where the dragon was looking towards it. In fact, based on how high up the stairs are, these are 10 feet up, and I mentioned that the dragon is on top of a 10-foot spot. The tapestry is almost on a level, like an eye level, with the dragon outside.
Well, Okay, so the stairs are probably 5 feet, and then another 5 feet up the stairs.
No,
Okay, gotcha.
stairs are 10, but then remember the tapestry is up above the wall from where it is also.
Right, but I'm talking about the entry stairs. We went up that level.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So,
yeah, but that's true. But the dragon statue outside is on top of a 10-foot block, and then is higher than that. So it looks like it's maybe not exact, but it looks close and possibly
pretty close.
Intentional.
Yeah, because I look back out to the open doors like,
yeah, because it is looking towards the dragon.
Yep, and I highly doubt I would recognize this nobleman from anyone.
No.
Anywhere. Yeah, I didn't think so.
No.
I will look behind the tapestry. You said torn at the top, as in someone tried to pull it down? Or
not clear. Like this thing is very heavy, it looks like. It may just be from age.
Actually, remember, I actually am a weaver.
True.
So I would like to look at it more closely and see, is it like age wear, or did someone try to claw it or tear it down or something like that?
No, it does look like age wear more than anything else. Also, it is seems very, very finely done. I mean, as a weaver, yourself, you can admire the
I can recognize good quality.
Yeah. Very expensive and would have taken a long time to do. In fact, the technique that is used in this, Django, is a particular kind of interweaving, which is only done under very certain circumstances when they want something to last. And what that suggests is that this may be older than it might otherwise seem, which combined with the statue outside, again, that may it's sort of hard to get a read on how old this place is, as I said, but it may be older than you think, based on this tapestry.
Right. Wow.
And taking it with you, this thing is probably a good 100 pounds, you would guess, Steve.
Well, I mean, Allah could carry, but what the hell are we going to do with it?
Like throw it at enemies just to entangle.
Yeah, move it behind to check behind there to make sure there's no secret door or anything.
When you see the back wall, I'll have you make an investigation check as far as the secret door is concerned.
Sure.
I was like, well, there's don't detect any evil nearby, but this place is giving off a strange, how do I say this?
In common would probably be best.
And nothing seems apparent, Django.
Okay. All right.
It'd be like walking into a church and then kind of being amazed at the power or the that's the best way to describe it. Perhaps say that this could have been someone powerful was here, even though they've left. If assuming that they're not here, there's like a mark left, and I can kind of feel that.
There's like an aura of presence, a lingering, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yes.
Similar to whenever I go into churches, you can feel the presence of the deity that is in that church, or has touched that church.
Some more than others, but nevertheless, are those chandeliers you said are candles? So what is chandeliers with what? What are the lights on them?
It looks like these chandeliers, yes, would have held candles at some point, but there's no, long since empty now.
They're gone. Right. Oh, look, I'm going to check out these open doors at the top. If you care to join me, it is completely up to you, of course.
There was no doors downstairs, was there?
No. The stairs only lead up to these doors. And again, there are these alabaster alabaster busts on the each of the balconies. Yep. One of them is shattered in the south balcony. The two are intact in the north balcony. And that door that you just saw, Django.
Well, you want to join us, or are you happy to check out? I assume there's lots of samples here you want to take.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, you've already grabbed, I can see 3 already.
And Little Weller's still floating around.
Yeah, why don't you bring Little Weller, and you can just stay down here and collect?
Because he can't go that far away from me. He could walk with you, but if I'm going to carry him telekinetically, I have to.
All right. Well, that's up to you. I'm gonna stay with Django just to make sure nothing.
And Little Weller just kind of plops down on Alex's shoulder.
Okay.
Well, that's easy. So I head up.
Okay. Go ahead and move up the stairs to where you want to go. And Weller, you're moving. Okay, I was gonna say. Are you headed
there? And
well, I thought you'd be a little bit heavier than you are, but not that heavy. Weller's pretty big. I just figured that
little welder's like,
I'm made from mandrake root.
Large Weller, are you doing something down there? I just want to make sure. Were you?
Yes, he
that?
is.
Okay, what are you
Yes.
doing?
He is going to reach into his belt and take out his silver dagger,
Okay.
lay it on the floor, and kind of kneel down in front of it in this sort of a reverent fashion, and look at the various alabaster busts, including the one that is so sadly shattered. Look behind him at the dragon, look up at the tapestry, and he basically, once again in Sylvan, and he'll repeat it in common just in case. Basically, if there is one here who would stand against Strahd, know that we are friend.
Okay. There is no visible response to what you say. There is something interesting about the busts as you look up at them, and you're sort of at a distance because you're at the floor looking up, but
Yeah.
they look to all have they all seem to be these busts of what looks like a warrior, but they seem to be they're different warriors, but they all seem to have similar kinds of armor that they're wearing. There's sort of similar outfits that each one is wearing, basically. And so it's more than just a uniform or an outfit. It almost looks like, the way I would describe it is there's sort of different versions of the same warrior. Like, it doesn't look exactly like the same face, but it almost looks that the face is similar and the outfits are very similar, but not identical. And otherwise, there's no response, though.
Right. Yeah. Well, he'll sit there for a few minutes. Eventually, he'll get up and go to the three busts that are intact and look at them more closely. But ultimately, he's going to wind up going to the one that is shattered and kind of try to set it back up and start, not necessarily reassembling it, because mending won't do something that large, but he'll kind of start trying to nudge things back into place.
Okay. Be aware that these are very, very heavy. The pieces of it. So you might be able to kind of push and kind of prod and get them kind of into the same area on the floor, but kind of putting them together is not going to work, but you can at least combine them sort of with a little bit of effort. Yes, you can do that for sure. As you're doing that, Django, what are you doing up on that balcony?
I'm looking through the open door.
Okay.
You, he said.
That's what an absurd idea. Okay. As you look through this door, you see the following.
Blagothkus.
You see Blagothkus. Finally, you see Blagothkus. No.
Yes.
So there is in this room a 20-foot long table with sculpted dragons for legs, which stands in the center of this hall. And let me position that for chat. The chairs that surround the table have backs that are carved to resemble folded dragon wings, and several of the chairs have been overturned or smashed to pieces. Suspended above the table is a crystal chandelier, which is glowing with a soft white light. Standing in windowed alcoves, and you can see them over here to the north and down here to the south, are two life-size statues depicting knights with dragon-winged helms and shields. Rainwater trickles through cracks in the ceiling, flowing down the west wall and adding to a large puddle on the floor, which you can see over to the west here. 5 sets of wooden doors lead to this hall. The doors in the northeast corner, over here, I beg your pardon, hang open. That's a typo. The northwest corner, the northwest corner that you're looking through, hang open. There is a pair of leaded glass doors, their panes cracked and broken, which stand open between panels of stained glass, which is set into the east wall, and these panels depict silver dragons in flight. Beyond the glass doors lies a dark, misty room that appears to be a chapel.
Go into the anyways, I'll step inside because there's like any real obvious threat from here. So,
what's up, Rock God?
Rock God. So I'm sorry. Just to clarify, the legs of the table were carved dragons, not dragon legs. Okay.
Dragons.
20 foot long. So it's like main hall, probably kitchen to the north or south, foyer, something like that.
So the statues were, what were the statues again?
So the statues are these 2 life-size statues depicting knights with dragon-winged helms and shields.
Right. We want to try the door to the north before heading to the, looks like the chapel.
And presumably Weller's detect magic is like, oh, the chandelier.
Yeah, so we're actually in Weller. Are you now inside the room? I know you were going to eventually go up there, but are you now inside? Okay.
Little Weller's on.
Oh, Little Weller. That's right. I'm sorry. Yes.
Hitching a ride.
There is there is definitely magic flowing from the chandelier. Mild, not enormous. But yes. But that's it. No magic coming from.
It's enough to see the rear.
Yeah.
Okay. So hold on, just to make sure the statue isn't a trap or anything. And I put like wave my hand, and standing next to the statue, just like wave my hand like across it.
Nothing happens.
Just see if anything attacks or anything.
Nothing happens. Somewhere in the mansion, a toilet flushes. No, I'm just kidding. just joking.
No, I was going to say the garage door opens.
Yeah, right. The garage door opens.
Anyway, the table
no.
is bare.
It's a
right?
touchless statue. No, nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing happens. It does not react.
This must be no. This
All
must
right,
be
let me
now.
go past you.
Okay.
So I'll move up to the corner here and have a little peek around, just to.
Are you looking into the chapel?
Yeah, just going to the corner of the that's a broken. You said it was a broken door, like it was a glass pane door that was broken.
Correct. The and that are sort of both leaning inwards, and from here you can just see sort of like you need to actually look in front. You can just see the little like opening part of the chapel, so you would need to walk in front to see more.
Okay.
Can
I just see if I can hear any footsteps or movement from inside there? Because you said it's a little bit misty, foggy.
Yep. Make a perception check for me, please.
Okay.
I have joined him where I am now.
18.
Yeah, you do not hear anything.
Don't hear anything. Ready?
Yeah, hold on. I hold up a hand. Looking in front of the doors are, what do I see?
Just sort of standing, looking into the chapel. Okay. What you see is this. Cracked wooden pillars support a wooden U-shaped balcony that overhangs this stone-walled chapel. And so you can actually see the balcony is right, like, sort of above here.
Yep.
Narrow archways lead to spiral staircases that curl up to the balcony, and although you can't technically see this, I'll just reveal a little bit of what that probably looks like down here and up there.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yep.
So they curl up to the balcony, and a door set into the north wall has a wooden beam which is barring it. At the east end of the chapel rests a stone altar flanked by iron candelabras. The altar is carved with a rising sun bas-relief. Tall, arching windows set with panels of stained glass decorate the walls behind the altar. One of the windows, as you can see it to the south here, has been shattered, covering the chapel floor with shards of colored glass and allowing thick fog to enter and fill the room. Through the fog, you see 3 armored figures kneeling before the altar.
And this, let's see, 10-foot squares, you said, right? So they're 40 feet away?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, the altar's on the ground floor? Or above?
Yes, the altar is on the ground floor. Yeah, that balcony is suspended basically above. So
Gotcha. Right,
yeah.
Right. Okay. Quiet. Well, actually, it's all quiet with me. What am I talking about? I tell all like what's in the room, including the 3 kneeling armored figures you said.
Yep.
Okay, if this does, can I tell if they're alive?
No, because they have their backs to you.
Prayer.
They have their backs to you.
Remember last time we were attacked by armored creatures at the mansion, the death house. So we're going to be careful. There could be more of them. Maybe it's like a common defensive statue thing for people who have magic.
Are we investigating? If so, I should probably bring Weller up here in case we need his abilities.
Well, we could just tell Weller here, and he'll tell Weller.
Mm-hmm.
Good point. I forget. Yes, you might wish
Do you mind
to
if
share.
you can get Weller to come here, Weller?
And way back, you hear,
Coming.
Okay.
Maybe
could've
next
just-
time
He
could
could have
just
just told
tell you.
little Weller. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. As his voice echoes throughout the big hall.
Yeah, actually, fortunately, because of the, it's on a lower level, you hear it, but just sort of very quietly, fortunately. But,
Mhm.
yeah.
Weller was already calling out once before.
Well, yeah, but that was even so. I mean, yeah, that's true. That's true.
No, you were.
Although,
I know.
ideally-
But this is what
These
it sounded like. Because you're not louder now than then, I don't assume. Like, I'm coming!
Right.
I assume you're doing the same volume, right?
Volume. I mean, ideally, these people should be on the side of goodness if they're in this hall, theoretically. I mean, they're obviously not here to fix the place. I glance back at the puddle of water that's growing from the leak in the roof.
Which is exactly. Weller kind of stops and looks over at the thing, at the puddle of water, and it's like,
Come with me.
and the water forms into a cube and starts following him.
I love that you actually invited it to come with you. That's hilarious.
It's polite.
Yep. All right. I in your head, I say we have 3 figures in the next room. I do not know if they wish us good or
Yes, I
ill.
know. I saw them. He can see through Weller.
Ah. Does Weller have night vision or infrared vision or
Little
blue light?
Weller?
Yeah.
Question.
Just go in and say, hey guys, I am your friendly traveler.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Friendly travelers
alright,
wishing
well,
them bed for the night. Nothing could
Remember
possibly.
what happened the last time? So let's just take it slow. I'll go out front. Just let me this time go up and see what they're all about. All right?
Are they radiating any kind of magic?
What's the
Weller would
range?
definitely see that. Another good question.
Isn't it 60 feet for detect?
I think it's 60 for detect magic.
Hang on. I got it.
It might be 30. If it's
Hang
30,
on.
you're gonna have to go inside.
Detect. Hold it.
But they're not moving.
Yeah, 30 feet.
Yeah, 30 feet.
Yes. Well, okay, 30 feet.
It's right at the edge. That closest guy, he could probably.
Yes. Yes. Strong magic.
So yes, Weller could see those, and little Weller could see that. And
Oh
had
yeah. There you go.
translated that back to.
Okay. Just curious. Yeah, that's plenty. Then I step out of the way and let Alec take the lead if he's so.
Are they
inclined.
just out of interest? Are they like kneeling or just?
They are
standing
kneeling.
there?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so I'll step in, see what happens.
Okay.
Anyways.
So nothing happens yet. Are you like what are you doing? Are you just sort of like trying to be noticed, trying to see more of what's there?
Well, I'm just well. First thing I'm gonna just step out and make sure there's no other creatures around. If this is like some kind of trap or ambush.
Okay, so when you step in there, you do not yet hear or see any like you don't see any traps or anything like that. Does not pop up yet. No.
All right, so I go. All right, well, if they attack, you need to get behind me, okay?
And little Weller disappears.
Or you could just disappear.
But you can still feel the weight
Yeah.
of him on your shoulder, but he's invisible.
Nifty. Just be careful. I may move my arms and you'll fall off. So you may want to hold on. And then I step forward again. Another 10 feet. Just see what
Coming
happens.
across to the corner here. There.
Yep.
Yes, 'cause now I
That
can see up
dotted
above,
line,
probably.
Steve, is the balcony. So
Yeah.
it's the balcony above. So literally, he just
Do
walked underneath the balcony.
do I see any like weapons or
Yes,
anything
they
sticking
all
over
have-
the balcony?
They all. Did you say weapons?
Yeah, like both on them and just general. Like, is there anyone? If there's someone on top of the balcony that may like have a weapon sticking out by accident or something? If anyone's sneakily hiding up there?
No, you don't. Well, you don't. Make a perception check for me, actually, because you can see the ones on the ground. I'll talk about that, but make a perception check as you look up above.
Yeah. That's a 4. Okay.
Because you're
4.
under the
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Yeah, you don't. Above you, you don't really notice anything in particular. But all 3 of them have long swords at their belts.
And we've come in. We haven't addressed them or anything, but they don't seem to have noticed us yet. Is that correct?
Just gonna keep my shield out, and I won't have my. I'll put my sword away, but I'll keep my shield out just in case.
Okay.
At least I can deflect the attacks. So I'm gonna actually walk up closer, another 10 feet.
Okay. And the weight of Weller disappears from your shoulder.
Okay.
No response, no nothing.
No. Do you have any? Do you have anything going on in terms of like detections of any kind? You don't, right? It's just you walking up to them.
My divine sense only lasts a turn, so
That's what I figured,
don't have
yeah.
anything at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, nothing else.
Little Weller's detect magic is pretty much constant at this point.
Yes, and as I mentioned, eat strong sort of radiation from all 3 of the creatures.
All right, so I'll put my hand on one of them and just see what happens.
When you put a hand on the shoulder, it turns around, and it turns around not slowly. It doesn't whip itself around either. It just sort of turns around steadily. And I'm going to show you what you see.
Your own doom. Oh, sorry.
This creature turns around, and you can see
no.
that its eyes are burning. And
Of course they are.
And let me. There's the thing. There we go.
Damn commercial. Come on. Let's see the burning-eyed beast.
And you see this, which I've just actually showed you in roll 20.
Damn.
Come on. Oh God, this commercial takes forever.
Okay.
God's sake, don't even get the option to skip.
Okay. This creature turns around. Its skin is far too gray. Its eyes have no pupils. They just shine and sort of with this unholy light. I shouldn't say unholy. I don't want to confuse. I don't want to sort of lead you down the wrong path. It's not unholy. It's just not clearly normal.
Yeah.
And you can see that the skin kind of mottled and gray, and one sort of turns and looks at you, and then all 3 of them stand basically as one, and the one in front says in a cold voice, "You violate the order and will be driven from this place." And as one, shing, all 3 draw swords. Initiative, please.
Well.
I love the image of you, by the way, putting your hand on the shoulder. I love that. That's great.
That was funny. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
I thought they were actually golems, like actual statue.
Oh,
golems.
I was strongly suspecting there was something undeadish. Let's see. Do I get to actually use this spell? It's gonna be awesome because kick ass if I rolled high enough.
Only I had turned undead.
Okay.
Oh shit! Damn. All right. That doesn't work.
It's funny that like you said that at the same time. Rock God was like, "Oh shit!" Like everyone's like, "Oh god, oh god."
I get that next level, but.
Okay. Now,
So
you
for initiatives, for those of you listening at home, our initiative scores are.
Yes, I was going to get to that.
6 for Alec.
All right, so Alec has got a 6.
Django has
17 for Django.
and Weller miraculously has an 18.
Oh, this is gonna be great. Weller going first.
Wow.
They
that's...
might go first. We'll see.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so let's see. So Weller has an 18, you said?
Correct.
Okay. Alec, by the way, it does not take much for you to know what you're likely dealing with here. These creatures definitely look undead, but they are not zombie-ish. They do not look to be insubstantial. but you, of course, know of creatures of great passion, great honor, great duty, who, on occasion, when they fall, will rise again as these sort of creatures of vengeance, which are sometimes known as revenants. The reason I mention that is because they are very, very dangerous.
Yeah,
that's all stuff that you would know already. Like, that's not, that's pretty standard paladin study, Okay. So just keep that in mind.
This could be a problem.
I hope Chad has their inspirations ready. Just saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Echo Alpha already said he has 2.
Oh, okay, he's already got. Yes, that's true, and he does. Okay.
Yeah, might need those.
All right. Let's see. Right. It's gonna lead these ones, and well, no, I'll talk more about that in a little bit. Okay. So
Now, further housekeeping, since this is our second thing this month, right?
Yes.
I still have a inspiration left over from last time we got together. Does
Right.
anybody else still have inspiration?
I do not.
Okay.
I don't either. So.
And Weller, you were going to be up first.
Okay. Well, seeing and for him, it's probably a bit like thermal vision, seeing the
or predator vision. Yeah, like basically.
Kind of, because he I mean, it's dark in here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
yes, it is. Well, let me rephrase that. No, it's not dark, because there is coming from the light there is light shining through this easternmost window, which kind of falls over them. And by the way, it does that light is definitely daylight, which is sort of highlighting their grayish skin. But they do not seem to be avoiding the light in any respect. So you can't see.
Delightful.
So yes, he can see normally, and he can see with his with the detect magic that's projected to him from Little Well.
Yeah.
So seeing the thing and hearing this statement, he will say,
Those who are of the Order of the Silver Dragon and claim to stand against Strahd would do well not to hinder us.
Aside from that, the cube of water behind him is moving into the room.
Yes, we're gonna need to make sure that we draw a cube, so to speak. Yeah. Just 1 second about one bit of information that I need to find.
And I don't think Weller, because Little Weller wasn't up there, and Big Weller, he didn't see the name above the door, so he doesn't know what it is.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to understand this map. Oh, okay. Got it. Never mind. Now I understand this map. Okay. Okay. So yes. So the cube of water is moving around, and what else did you ask me? I'm sorry, Trent. Just then.
I said that Weller and Little Weller did not see the nameplate above the door outside, so he doesn't know what that name is.
Okay.
Because he was focused on going inside, he wasn't looking at the.
I got you. Okay.
So, but aside from that, the water cube is basically moving in and is kind of taking up position right here between these two pillars.
Okay. Let's draw that cube. Let's freehand this.
And it's a 5-foot cube, so it would be half the size of these squares, which are 10 feet.
All right. Like that, yes?
Yes, but between the two pillars. But screw it, you know where it is.
Like that.
Yes,
Okay.
right there.
Lovely.
Just so you know what he's planning to do. If things go to hell in a handbasket, and everybody starts moving out of the room, that water is going to flatten out across the thing, and he's going to freeze it instantaneously. So it's just going to be a sheet of ice between the altar and the door.
Got it. Very cool. Okay. That is going to bring us to Little Weller.
Little Weller is floating just above Oleg's shoulder. He is going to not do much.
By the way, is he floating? How is he floating still on the mage hand? Like how?
Yes.
Okay. Be aware of mage hand concentration. How long does mage hand last?
Mage hand is concentration.
Okay, right.
Shape water.
Okay, gotcha. Right. Okay, so he is just floating above Oleg's shoulder, and he's just kind of sticking it out. All right.
Invisible. He's invisible, floating.
Got it. Okay. That is going to lead us to Django with, and Oleg is on deck. Django, what do you want to do?
All right. I mean, they look. I've got the. I can see them perfectly. They certainly look like undead, and they are certainly menacing Alec as if they're about to attack him. Correct?
I would say that's fair to say.
Yeah, that's good enough for me. All right, I am going to bonus action hex the lead one.
Okay.
And are they? So they're in the 10-foot square. Moonbeam has a 5-foot radius. If I cast that in the middle of them, will I catch all 3 of them in the radius?
Yes, I think so. They're almost in formation.
Perfect. All right, that is exactly what I wish to do. So the first one has Hex on him, so he'll take the extra D6 damage, and then all of them have to make, was it Constitution save, I think it was? And I'm casting it as a 3rd level spell, so it's doing 3 D10 radiant damage. Let me just double check real quick.
Okay.
And I was incorrect. Mage hand is not concentration, and neither is shape water.
What's the length of time on mage hand though?
Mage hand is 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah, just
how
like
long have you had that? Did you cast it again? Like, I just want to make sure.
He
just did it. Okay.
Little Weller up off the.
All right, cool. That's what I want to make sure.
All right.
It wasn't that old mage hand.
Well, it's also only got a range of 30 feet, which is why he put Weller on Oleg.
I got you. Yeah, I got you.
All right. So, all of them, and I think it's safe for half damage. Yeah. So, 19 or save for 8 or 9, whichever. I can't remember if you roll up
What's
or down.
What's the DC and what kind of save?
Oh, the DC. It's a Constitution save, actually.
Okay.
Constitution saving throw. And if they're saving, well, it's their own Constitution. Otherwise, my DC score is a nice hefty 16.
Okay, so save for 9, you said.
Yes.
So this thing, and by the way, Hex is a disadvantage on.
Nope. Hex means it takes that lead one takes another 4 points of damage.
In addition to that, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So.
For necrotic.
Yeah, necrotic.
This necrotic. Okay. So when you sort of cast this on it, you notice that it seems to be not as there we go. You notice it seems to be not as sort of effective as you might have assumed. There's it feels like your sort of hex seems to just kind of settle into its body somehow without really kind of damaging it to the same extent that you had hoped. The moonbeam definitely damages them, but they seem to shrug off some of the worst effects.
Right.
These are not decrepit undead creatures, for sure. And also,
you're roboting pretty bad.
Yeah,
I know.
I think it's the stream free. No, wait, hold on.
Actually, mine stopped.
Problems as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, internet problems.
There. Okay, there we go. RIP. I do not use D&D Beyond in case Rock God can still hear me. Actually, well, the chat is going, but the stream is locked up.
Oh God. Okay.
Infotelnet. It says Flathead says we're back. Apparently.
Yeah. It's hanging in there. I just, there's no wired connection in this room, so it's the best I can do. Okay.
I'm gonna shut some.
Alright, try to think we should be... Alright, I think this is a little calmer now. Alright, good. So, we're back. Yeah, I do not use D&D Beyond in answer to that question, Rock God. Okay, so, yeah, so as I said, this was... They are all affected by it, but they seem they seem tough. Thank you, Try Guy. They seem tough, basically, is the way to describe this.
Okay. By the way, Hex is supposed to give the person I put it on disadvantage on con. I would have given it a con save because I can choose which one it gets disadvantage of. I don't think that would make any difference. Probably, it sounds like.
Okay, so disadvantage on a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah. Since I put that on
doesn't make
first,
a difference.
technically.
Doesn't make a difference in that case.
Cool. Great. That's not great. All right, that's my turn.
Okay. That is going to lead us to Alec.
Still, but I'm not going to.
Alec is up next.
I'm actually going to go turn straight to Django and say, "Stop what you're doing." And then I look back towards the Reverence and I say, "We don't wish to harm you. We're looking to ways to defeat Strahd. Do you happen to know a way? We are not enemies of the Silver Dragon." I'm actually not. I'm just gonna keep my shield out. I'm not gonna take out my sword, and just gonna sit there in defensive stance. So if they swing at me, then.
Does Oleg's shield have the symbol of Lathander on it?
I would say yes. There would be at least some. Also, I'm wearing my holy symbol, which is clearly obvious around my neck, with Lathander on it.
All right, I'm gonna try to switch servers here to see if I can improve this, because this will not settle down.
If all else fails, I can stream the rest of this up if you want.
Nah, it's okay. I mean, because I already have the recording going. It's all right. I really, the speed net also on this is fine, but I feel like the hotel internet sort of stuff just lies. Like, they claim that they have a certain speed and that they claim, but it just is too erratic in terms of how they actually portray it. But it is what it is.
I think the problem is, like, I have maybe up to, who knows, 20, 50, 100 other people using it. There's only so much bandwidth that's available.
Yeah.
And
so
if they say, it's up to 100 gigabit, it only has to hit 100 gigabit for about a third of a second and be able to claim that.
Yeah, right. It's true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let me try.
Oh, thanks, Echo. Take care.
Okay, see you, Echo. All right.
We'll just take both of your inspirations now. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, sign them before you go.
Yeah. We're all gonna.
All right.
I will get the hell out of here.
Nah, it's just not going to lock down. So I'm going to stop the stream for a moment. Please, people, I hate doing this because every time I do that, it drops numbers and everything. But I have to do this.
It's
so
okay. We will just win while you're gone. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So I'll continue the recording. I'll be right back. Just get ready, folks. Please get ready to refresh. I'll be right back to you.
Ow.
Check this out. Probably has nothing to do with the ingest server anyway.
Come on.
Okay, and
You just need to hook up Skynet to the hotel.
I wish.
No, you don't.
Well, actually, I don't wish Skynet.
Come on.
There we go.
Yeah, I don't. It feels like it's still not, like, holding down the fort. Are we back yet? This is really, really frustrating for streaming, by the way.
It is.
It's like the most frustrating thing. All right. Yeah, I'm trying to use I was trying to use auto basically, which is what they recommend, but yeah,
Maybe
not.
lowering the stream bitrate might help.
I already did that a bunch of times. It's already at like 1300.
And at like 240.
Not to that far, no. And the thing is that like I did a speed test already, and like the speed test is the speed test was way within like above and beyond like normal standards would need, and yet, you know, doesn't seem to matter on the actual ground. Okay, start this again. And also, you know, that's basically affecting us on the streaming side because it's not affecting Zoom, and like I was roboting a little bit.
You robot a bit occasionally, but that was it. Like it wasn't the end of the world.
Okay.
It seems okay now. After doing that, let's have a look. It seems smooth now.
All right. Okay, sorry about that. Again, that'll probably be skipped in the for the people at audio at home, but we will try to carry on the best we can. Sorry, but I have to be able to go to conferences sometimes, and you know, mobile streaming is a thing. Okay, so let's see. That was I believe we had. Let's see. There we had. Was that Django?
That was my
We're
turn.
not gonna hurt you.
That was okay. That was Alex's turn. So. All right, and so you didn't. That was all, right? You didn't actually attack or do anything beyond that.
Yeah, let's say we're not here to harm the followers of the Silver Dragon. We're here to defeat Strahd, and that was it. That's my turn, and just sit there in like a defensive stance, not trying to show aggression.
Okay. So they kind of stride forward. Let's see.
If I have to take a few hits, I'm down for it.
Okay. All right. First of all, as you sort of are looking at these things, the first one that looks at you, Alec, sort of strides forward, and you can see some of the wounds that were just made in it. By I think it was by Django's hits. You can actually see its wounds sort of knitting as it sort of strides towards you. Although actually, how much was it radiant damage? Did you say, Django?
19 total.
But it would be necrotic, not radiant.
No. The radiant, the moonbeam is radiant damage.
Moody.
Hex.
Sorry.
Yes,
Right.
the hex itself is necrotic.
Okay, so then actually I take that back. So that does not do that. So instead, it strides towards you, and let's see. It is going to. Wait, hang on a second. What the hell is this? All right. Let's see. Right, okay. So this creature, yeah, new ruling. I can't go to any conventions. Yeah. All right. So it strides forward and swings down its sword at you, two-handed, by the way. So it like swings down twice. Let's see. The first one is going to be an 18.
That's a miss.
And the second one is a 19.
That's a hit.
Okay. So it slashes into you for 13 points of damage as it just sort of slices into your side. Now says nothing, but its eyes burn with this sort of unholy intensity. Again, I don't want to overestimate what the unholy means, just like not natural kind of intensity.
Yeah.
This creature...
Reanimated intensity. Let's go there.
Exactly. This creature moves over to here. And
don't like that.
Arv fixes the grid, which he does not want on right now. Thank you very much. Roll 20. Okay. So moves over to here. And strides in and also attacks you twice, Alec. But these are both going to be misses, I think. 11 and 8. Alec?
Yep, those both
Okay.
miss.
And then the other one strides over to this side of you. So you now have one on each side of you. 11 and a 22.
22 hits.
Okay, and does another 9 points of damage. One of the things that strikes you, in addition to the sword, is that every time you were hit by one of these things, Alec, you feel yourself just like almost staggered by the blow. Like there's just an incredible amount of strength into each one of these blows that just hammers down on you relentlessly. And that leads us to Weller.
Meep.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
Okay, so he's basically, what is he gonna do? He's going to
Bite himself, then change and act.
kind of
Hey, Django's thinking of doing the exact same thing. Okay, I'm gonna be dead honest with you.
no, he's going to say something along the lines of yes, I beseech you in the name of Lathander, please stop. And the water in the cube just drops and covers the floor in this square.
Okay, so sort of covering the square in right here.
Between me and Alec.
Right, okay.
Basically, that puddle out there by the dining table is in that square now.
Got it. Okay. All right. Let's see. That is going to lead us to, so that was Big Weller. Little Weller.
Little Weller is going to, since the Revenant that's right in front of Alec is pretty damn close, he's basically going to just drop off the hand directly onto the Revenant, and the syringe is going to go right into the
Okay.
trapezius there.
Go ahead and make that attack.
Into the trapezius.
Look at the big brain on Trent. On Trent.
16.
So let's see. 16 is going to hit. And it does how much of?
The Constitution check DC 13. Constitution save DC 13. Now, since that is the one that's hexed, right? The one that's right in front of Alec?
Yes, that is the one that's hexed.
So does the disadvantage on Constitution saves apply to Weller's attacks as well, or just
it's any.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, it's ability checks. It's not saving throws. My
Okay,
mistake.
never mind then. Never mind.
I am accidental.
Okay, so it's not disadvantage on the check?
Correct.
Okay.
It was ability, not.
Now, your strike into this thing, or Little Weller's strike, is extreme, like just hits it exactly at the right spot and seems to have zero effect. In fact, the creature actually sort of reaches up, not as if it's in pain, but just as if something, and basically grabs. Now, it's going to be hard for Little Weller to avoid this, I think, because it's like just taking its entire hand basically, and basically shoves Weller off. Now, I don't know if the mage hand can catch at that point, because Weller is just like, it's just like this. I don't.
No, it would be an action for Weller to move it. Weller's already used his action, so Little Weller would just fall to the floor.
So I'm going to assume then that he is going to have dropped the equivalent of
6 feet.
Yeah. All right, so Little Weller is actually going to take about 2 points of damage from that fall, and is going to hit the ground. And it seems like you had just zero effect at all to this thing. Okay, that is going to bring us to Django, and Alec is on deck.
What kind of damage is that? Is that bludgeoning damage?
That is bludgeoning damage.
Is that bludgeoning
yes.
damage?
Bludgeoning
Okay,
damage.
so he's resistant to that, so he would only take 1.
Okay, cool.
He can be punted into next week, and he'll be pretty much okay. All right. This is moi. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Arv?
Yes.
I'm gonna
right
be
now,
backing
these
up,
guys
that's
seem
damn
kind of
sure.
rough.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep the. Ignoring what frickin' Alec is saying, I'm keeping the moonbeam on the lead guy. Because this is not good. This is not good. Not good at all.
Okay.
Not like. So he's going to be taking another 3d10 radiant. Oh, hey, they're. Nope, I'm not new.
No. It's good because it's hard for Oleg because he only got a few seconds to say stuff. So you can't really say much.
Ah, crap.
And you
14
can-
save for DC 16 contract to save for half. And technically, this guy will still take the D6. I'll still roll it, even though it's probably not going to do jack against him, but I'll still roll it anyways. 1.
What's the DC again? I'm sorry.
16.
Okay. So, and how much damage total?
14, or obviously 7 if he makes a save.
And okay, and radiant damage continues. So you can move that around as you wish.
Yeah.
The moonbeam.
It's within 60 feet. Yes, on my turn, I can move it 60 feet any direction, up to 60 feet in any direction. That's correct.
All right. Okay, so it takes that, and you can see as this sort of light hits it. This time it seems sort of like more kind of. I don't know whether I would say it seems to be like more impacted by that, let's say, than previous.
Good.
And
good. It's a good thing.
And sort of sees where this is going, kind of looks around, and then points at you, and then says, "Cleanse these."
I was hoping I was hidden behind the columns.
And points and says, "Yeah, it seems to be almost like it's staring through the columns," and says, "Cleanse the defiled thing." And that is going to lead us to that was Django who did that. Are you moving, Django, or are you staying where you are?
I did. I moved back.
Move
to
back
the
a second.
corner.
Okay. I just went up and I saw that you move back in the corner. All right. And that's going to lead us to Alec. Alec, you are in a very bad tactical position at the moment.
Trying to think of the best way to use these. I'm going to yell at Django again. Stop attacking! And I look towards the Reverends and go, we wish you no harm. We wish to join the Silver Dragon. And see what happens.
Nothing happens. They do and say nothing. I'll still let you take an action if you wish, because that was just you.
I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna go into defensive stance.
Okay.
So they have disadvantage on attacks.
Got it. All right. And they will begin. They will attack you. The one on the top, the one to the north, will attack you twice. That's a 9 and a 14. So those are both misses, right?
They both miss. Yeah.
One to the east is a 12 and a 9. Both misses.
Miss.
And wow. Oh wait. I was like, it got 1 twice, and then I realized it's because I accidentally clicked roll 1d1. I was like, they got a 1 twice. Good news, guys. I was like, well done.
Why did I have all the enemies roll 1d1?
Yeah, I know. 15 and 15. So I think those are all clean
Both
misses.
miss.
So
Yeah, they all
that's
miss.
but they again, the way that they fight is both sort of, it's the smoothness of, if you've ever used if you've ever
they're
seen
doing quite like standard strikes that are
standard strikes,
normally,
yes, but it's
like very
correct,
very
not jerky, not jerky movements, very smooth movements. But what I wanted to point out was, if you've ever tried to hold something heavy on the end of a rope or a string, there's a kind of smoothness to it, and that's what I mean. There's weight to these blows. right, and they're not making any sound of effort, but just everything is just every time it hits, it's just wham, you know, and just this relentlessness about them as they continue this move. We're back up to the top. Weller and Little Weller coming up.
Okay. Weller's kind of reached he's like, but you try to be nice to people, and he just scowls in their general direction.
Okay.
A very nasty looking scowl. Invasive id.
Ooh, what is that?
So all three of these guys, if this hits, which I apparently didn't do the thing,
It's a
It's intelligence saving throw.
DC versus intelligence,
Yeah.
and 48 damage, half on a succeed.
I see. Psychic damage, right? Okay.
Psychic.
yeah.
Okay. Now, one of them, and I saw the thing about that fails, cannot take reactions. The one to the east fails. The other two succeeded. So you can now make your damage roll.
Set up a thing for this. I should have done that beforehand. 4d8 plus 3. For a total of 30 points of damage.
Nice.
So they take all of that, obviously, and let's see. So they take. Well, actually, let me rephrase. As I get these things marked down. Okay. So they clearly take some damage, but you know how to put this thing together, and you feel like that was a pretty solid attack on your part, that you crafted properly. And although they take some damage from it, they aren't sort of like staggered by this the way you might have expected them to be. And the one who had spoken before, that has been speaking actually the whole time, says, "Your attacks are nothing to the Order of the Silver Dragon. We have destroyed evil in this valley, and we will destroy you."
See, this is the thing. We're not evil. We don't want to hurt you at all. If you would just please stop and talk to
Silence,
us.
Defiler.
I'm only defiling because you made me.
You started it. They do not seem as affected as you would have hoped, but they were damaged. Okay. And you're staying where you are, Weller, I assume?
Actually, Weller's going to take a step back out of the...
Okay. What about Little Weller?
Little Weller, who is now on the floor, right
Yep.
about here.
Happy birthday to the ground.
He's going to start moving back towards the altar.
Okay.
In fact, let me bring out the giant Weller's homunculus.
Damn.
And feel free to shrink him down to the size of one of those bricks.
Respiratorily challenged. Thank you very much indeed. I was gonna say, let's see, it's the not
But yes, he's heading for the altar.
Okay.
now,
now,
challenged.
okay, so right. Okay. Yeah, let me, I shall adjust this to a more rational size. Okay, there we go. No, just kidding. Okay, so he's going to be...
God, he's huge! Oh, there he is. Okay, that's better.
That's actually pretty close.
Okay, I want to go a little bit taller so I can actually move him more easily. All right. Okay.
He's over here.
And, oh, sorry. All right, that leads us to Django, and Alec is on deck. Django, you can see for yourself.
Yeah, trouble. I am dropping the... Oh, God, I'm going to drop the moonbeam. And then laser, well, not laser, but I'm going to Eldritch Blast.
Wow, I was like, and then I'm just going to pull out a laser gun. And
I lift my laser pistol. I've been giving you all this time. Oh, you did leave the... Okay, so you did leave the room. Is that correct?
Yes, Weller stepped out of the room.
Yeah, okay. I'll be right behind you. Yeah, okay. So on the north, the one to the north of Alec, and unfortunately, this is where not being able to speak is a bad thing because I cannot waste the time just at the cantrip to saying they're going to kill you. So, firing.
16 and 19.
Yep.
Both hits.
Shadow dice strike. And this is force damage. Since they seem to have
Was
a lot
this
of
on the
other
already
impurities.
the most injured one that had the hex on it?
No, I'm attacking the one that he's going to send after me. Thank you very much.
Right.
And
Okay. The one
will
that was
take,
right. Okay, that's what I figured. Okay.
26.
Okay. What's the nature of that damage?
Force.
What kind of damage?
That is force.
You said. Okay.
Yes, the crackling purple beams lance out and smack him hard. Yes, and now I will also be leaving the room. I do not wish to stay in here anymore.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
That damage seems to
Alec
affect
we're
him
leaving.
completely. Like that does not. He does not resist any of that.
Oh,
and
that did seem to hurt him. Like get full force, right?
yeah, that did seem to. Yeah, that seemed to get the job
okay,
done.
well, I will do the. And for a
As
moment,
as did, by the way, as was the moonbeam. The only thing that you noticed that did not seem to have that effect was the hex.
well, I seem to have more luck with attacking to hit. So the moonbeam can only problem is the moonbeam can only hit one of them, and I can't move it around on all three. So yeah, okay.
Okay.
Well, that's good to know. Anyways, and for a moment, honestly, Django goes back to the House of Death. Was that what it's called? Yeah, House of Death with the
House?
Shambler. Yes. The problem is I can't tell Alec that we're leaving. So I hope he gets it because I can't talk. And yeah, I will push past Weller and take a position over here.
Okay.
Because if they come after us, I'll just snipe them from same thing with the.
I have this image of you guys fighting down. This could be very interesting. Fighting down the stairs, like okay. And that leads us to Alec. Alec's still in a very bad tactical position.
I'm gonna look at him and say, if you truly believe that I'm evil, then I'll throw my shield down, and I'll just say, go ahead. If you think we're evil, we are not here to hurt you. We're not here to hurt anyone of the Silver Dragon. I'm gonna see what happens. I'm gonna hold out, like pull off my holy symbol as well, and hold it up.
Okay. So you do that.
I'm not even gonna defend any strikes on me.
Okay. You do that, and these. So first of all, this one moves away. You could get an attack of opportunity on it, but I'm going to assume that you don't, based on previous.
No.
It'd be kind of funny though if you're like, ha, and then like strike it.
Follow my trap.
Okay. So this one is going to go around here, and sort of just stops just shy of the doors, and you kind of see it, Weller, kind of like looking at you with its burning eyes. The one here is also going to move in that direction. And the one on the eastern side looks at you for a long moment and then strikes down with its longsword. 16, 18.
They both actually
Because of the-
deflect off the armor. Like the armor's strong enough to parry them.
Really? What? Really? Your armor without...
Oh wait, 18. Sorry, 18. Well, 18.
I was gonna say,
wait,
God
hold on.
damn.
17. My AC 17, so the 18 hits.
So
Not
that
bad,
second one
sorry.
hits. Okay. No, it's okay.
Yep.
I was like, gee.
Yeah, I
That's,
forgot-
I
I
mean, I
forgot
know
my
you're a
shield
tank,
bonus.
like, but geez.
Yeah. I forgot my shield bonus.
Okay, so this thing is. Why do you do that? All right. Okay. It strikes you for 13 more points of damage. Just again, I've mentioned the relentlessness, and that continues. These other two, I've already explained what they're doing, and that is going to bring us up to Big Weller. Yeah, fools right into my trap.
Robin Hood style. Hey, we've got Chandlers out there. That may be happening. Don't
But it
count
won't
us
be
out.
swinging. It'll just be like running up to them like cats and just staying there forever. Like we'll just live up here. It's a nice place, and
We could be very happily on flies and spiders and all sorts of things. Delicious.
Weller
Any more?
is going to
Throw himself
Basically.
backwards off the stairs. Okay.
Later. There'll be time for that later.
Okay.
Not quite.
Gonna run in there. Yep.
He's not going to climb over the table, but he is basically going to kneel right there
Okay.
and clutch his holy symbol and begin muttering prayers to Lathander, and in effect hold his action. And if this guy comes out through that door at him, Weller will then attack.
Okay. All right. That is going to lead us to Little Weller.
Little Weller, you said this altar was silver, right?
Well, I think I'm not sure if I said silver or stone. Give me a second. The altar is no stone. Stone altar.
Stone.
Yeah.
All right. From where Weller was before, Little Weller was before, could he get an insight as to what's on top of it?
The altar is probably about maybe 5-6 feet.
I mean, when he was in the.
Oh, when he was in that area. Yes, there was a rising sun on the top of it.
Right.
And actually the light sort of shines from the window. It's clearly designed to shine over the rising sun and then onto the floor beyond.
Okay. Okay, then Little Weller's going to relay that, the symbology of the rising sun, and to him, or them, the significance of relation to Lathander.
Make an intelligence check for me, please. Have Large Weller do it.
Okay.
A religion check, yeah. And
Religion?
Religion, if you don't have that intelligence.
Yeah, I think. Well, they'd be the same thing. So. Well, that would be a saving throw. Whatever. Yeah. This.
Save against ignorance.
Yeah, exactly. Natural one.
Yep. So you're kind of like, you're like, I know of religion, and there are many of them that exist, and they deal with religious things, these religions.
This is clearly a symbol of Lotholios. No, it's Lolth. Oh, God,
This is
no.
obviously all. Yeah, exactly.
Well, the radiating ape of the sun. Oh my God!
This is clearly
And the spider chandeliers out there. It's Lolth! I'm telling you.
This is the flying spaghetti monster. Yeah. You really have no idea, unfortunately.
I know there are many religions. I know this is one of them.
This is definitely
That's
one of them.
it.
This definitely has religious significance. I just don't know what kind. Okay, that is going to lead us to Django, and Alec is on deck.
There we go. Yeah, you sounded a little far away, Arv. That's better.
Oh, sorry. I was probably a little far.
Thank you. Django, on the other hand, will absolutely use the table, and hopefully it's like sturdy, and he will leap on top of the damn thing. Burn. This will be, I really want Atari to.
I was gonna
like,
say,
draw this. Awesome.
What
You
ho!
got-
Right.
Well, kind of, because you've got Weller kneeling down below him, and then above him is Django.
Yeah, yeah,
about to
yeah,
blast
yeah.
this guy at the doorway, which is exactly what I do.
Okay.
Oh, thank God for range weapons.
A crit.
Wow.
Oh, there's a critical.
Well, both hit,
Excuse
and
me.
obviously the critical one does.
So that is, yeah. So one's doing the maximum of 15 points of damage, and the other one, I'll just do a quick 10 plus 5. Oh man, I really wish I'd used that one that I could use to like blast them back, but I don't have that. Well, wait, not 3d10. I wish. No, it's not too sassy there. And the other one does the
-3. Heals him for 3 hit points.
2.
Oh, there's actually a negative sign of that.
2
That's
plus
weird.
-5.
Well, it's 7 points. It's the normal one. That's
Yeah.
I didn't know a negative.
So a grand total of 22 force.
That is correct.
All right.
Kablamo. Oh, you did negative. That's good. Oh, that's how that works. Okay, gotcha.
So you have obviously done quite a bit of damage, although it feels like some of this damage, of course, has been resisted and some has been healed as you've gone along. There is something terrifying in the sort of, I keep saying the term relentless, but there's something terrifying in the kind of way they just keep going. You know, they just keep like walking towards you, and just
oh God, yes,
kind of a weight to all of it. But you definitely hit them, and it makes no sound as your beam strikes it, but it keeps on coming. Okay, that's going to lead us. I assume you're staying on top of the table, because that will lead us to Alec.
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct.
Alec, you were up next.
By the way, Alec, you're welcome.
Alec's busy trying not to die at this point.
Well, he's trying to not die for 1 instead of 3. You're welcome.
Ah, that's true.
The Defilers have drawn 2 of them away from you.
It is true.
This is so hard. I don't know what to do. I'm trying to figure it out.
True to your character.
I know. I need to show them something. I need to show them holy energy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my hand... yeah, I don't want to do it on them. Because that won't work. I'm just going to do it on myself. I'm just going to lay on hands myself to show them that if we were evil, we wouldn't be able to do this ability. So
okay.
I'm going to do a lay on hands just on myself for 10 hit points. So I'm up to 15.
Okay.
So you were down to 10?
I was down to 5. So I'm going to say, and after I do that, I look at him and I say, if we were evil, would we be able to do that?
And the creature sort of looks at you and says, Strahd has many deceptions, and you are one. And swings away at you. Now, have you picked up your shield yet?
No.
Okay.
So I'm still on 17 AC.
Okay. 12 and 23.
23 hits.
Alec, that does 17 points of damage to you.
All right. Okay, it's going to be interesting because that triggers my relentless endurance.
Which brings you to 1, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, I need to do the roll. Hold on. Plus 1. Oh, I say okay. All right. So I resist it.
Okay. Yes, that's right. Okay. So.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So, meanwhile, so that he does that and stays there. This one strides through, and actually, since Weller you're under the table, Weller?
Kneeling in front of the table.
So as he strides through, you're able to get off your attack.
That triggers my attack, which is telekinetic slam.
Ooh, nice.
Okay, I like the sound of it already.
Yes, I do too.
I love the sound of that. I love everything about it.
Slam.
Oh, there you go.
You
yes.
surprise an enemy with an unstoppable telekinetic impact. Choose one creature within range, which will be that guy. Takes damage equal to 1d4 plus my spellcasting ability modifier, which is 6, I think. That's my spell attack bonus.
Could well be
3.
3. Okay, so
3.
1d4
Yeah, 1d4 plus 3. 1d4 plus 3. And it's moved 10 feet in a direction you choose, which is going to be right back into that room.
Love it. Love everything about it.
Only move one target in a straight line, unimpeded by creatures and objects and blah, 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 which it is. So, bang.
All right. So basically there's that sequence in the Fellowship of the Ring film, the battle between Marriott, please come up with more comfortable chairs. But
No, I don't want you staying here.
there's that sequence. There's that sequence where Gandalf is fighting Saruman in the tower, right? And there's that part where Gandalf spins around and just blows Saruman back through the doors, like, like just opens it up. That's kind of what this is. Just like he goes flying back through the doors. Go ahead and roll your damage.
I still think Weller says Hadouken and just does the whole Street Fighter thing. You and your Tolkien Arv.
Yeah, I know. That's
Like a
so
broken record.
so last greatest fantasy epic of all time. Okay, so 7 psychic. Now again,
Nice roll.
yeah, that doesn't seem to affect it as much as you might have hoped, but definitely the throwing it through the door hopes is the case. Up to 10 feet. So I would say that means, since it was right when he got through the door, that he's probably going to land on the edge of this ice, if you want him to.
But it's not ice yet. It's still liquid water.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he didn't freeze it because he doesn't want to trap Alec in there.
Okay. So I would say he's sort of there and kind of goes sliding to a stop, probably about right there, I would say. And he's going to roll a d6 for me. He's going to take some additional bludgeoning damage from that.
Okay. Damage flares. 2, almost at 7. 2.
Okay. All right, so he slams to the ground. Alec, you hear this sound, like the doors fly open. And actually they're glass too, so they actually, like, you hear some tinkling of glass as if some parts were broken as he went through it.
And Weller is like, in the name of Lathander, please stop.
Okay. All right, that is Weller. What about Little Weller?
Well, wait a minute. That was this guy's action.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. I take that back. Yeah, sorry. That was a held
my
action.
turn, yeah.
I take that back. Never mind. So, yeah, that's going to be the end of his... He's done enough today. And then, like, you're like, yes! And then this guy shows up. You're like, oh. And he strides forward, and he is going to try to swing down on you. Swing down, swing low, sweet chariot. That first one is going to be an 8, and I think that's going to be a miss, but the second one is going to critically hit you.
Excellent.
Crap.
Okay. Weller, he is going to do 22 points of damage on that strike.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, so just sort of blows you under the table, and he actually hits you with such force that you end up actually sliding underneath the table almost to where the water was before. Sorry, basically just showing you where he ends up. Yeah, exactly. Sort of like that, and you actually see, you kind of take a look behind you just briefly, Django, and you can actually see that he's literally just sitting there, like kind of like lying there against the ground, sort of bleeding. And yeah,
Weller, are you still conscious or not?
No.
Hell no.
He's out.
Shit.
-2.
Yep.
And you're 100 pounds, you said? Like 5 foot something?
5'4" and 120 pounds.
Oh, pretty little thing, aren't you?
He's carrying a lot of stuff with him.
Oh, okay. Well, it'll probably leave you alone now that you're not doing anything. Okay.
All right. Let's see. And then the last one, I think actually one already attacked
Little Weller.
Alec. So that
Oh,
was,
no, sorry.
That was Alec. So we are good at that. So now we go up to Big Weller. And you're going to make a death save for me, please, Big Weller.
4, failure.
That is definitely a fail.
Little Weller, feeling Weller go unconscious, is like, shit, and turns invisible and starts heading for the door. His movement is 20 feet, I think.
Okay.
Yes, 20 feet. So he basically makes it 2 of these squares. Puts him about here. And that's as far as...
Django.
Yep. The guy comes in, blasts Weller, and takes 2 shots right to the frickin' chest. Or at least I hope he does.
Okay.
12 and 22.
Well, the 22 obviously will hit the
Yep.
12 does not.
I didn't think so. Take the one. No,
So
yep.
yes.
Can't get both. Yeah, understood. I would have been a little shocked if it did.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
it's
I don't
not.
got a pretty good chance of hitting these guys from what I've discerned of their target. But there's limits. There's limits. 2, 3, 4, 5, and that is he takes force a damage. 14. Ooh, good. All right. The whack.
Okay.
Shadow dice. Aid me in my time of frickin' need.
So this thing has definitely taken some serious punishment, but it's
actually
still...
that one's that one's the fresh one, because the other one, this one only got hit by the moonbeam and no one else has touched it since the one.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Pushed back. That's the really hurt one. This one's now only like moderately hurt.
Yeah.
So we're gonna play Chase Django through the frickin' manor. And yes, I will use my move to hopefully lure it off to here, jump off the table, back over here, 10, 20, 30, right? I can get out of here. And that's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
And since I assume I got its attention, so it'll probably be following me. This is going to be fun.
Okay, that is going to lead us to Alec. Alec, you heard a big slam in the room behind you. It was a Weller kinetic slam.
Oh God, that was actually.
Thank you.
Good.
I'll be here all week. So yeah.
I love that kinetic slam one. I wish you'd just been conscious against another one.
Saad's got that look of the kind of like, think. You're muted, Saad.
Yeah.
I was like,
There we go.
It's just. No, I just think Alex. I mean, like, I'm resisting the kind of rage.
Yes.
And I'm just going to just stand there and recite Lathander's prayers. Just say it out loud.
Give it your hate. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I'm not going to attack them.
Okay.
Oh, brought the wrong warrior to this fight.
They brought Tawny Bear. Oh no, wait.
Yeah, that would change. That change absolutely everything.
No.
Okay, now, so this. Let's see, where are we? Alec. All right. This creature here, does not follow you, Django. The minute you leave that door and it looks at Weller, it turns and re-enters the room.
Really?
Yep. And
Oh.
now this one is basically sort of stands up, which is all it can do on its move, and also does not enter that room. But also, I mean, it could move anyway, but it just sort of stands there essentially. And
Excuse me.
And it does that apparently. And then the other one, this one up here, says again to you, Alec, leave this place, defiler, and strikes down upon you. Okay. First one is a 12, but the second one is a 21.
Yep.
And
Which is also kind of a 12, so I think it misses too.
yeah, right, exactly.
It's a
dyslexic
reverse 12.
Yeah. Okay. That is going to do 12 points of damage, but there's something additional. First of all, I think that takes you down.
Yeah.
But also, it hits you with such force. It like basically uppercut swings you. And this is more than obviously just sort of a normal thing, that you literally go flying backwards. You actually go over this thing. You sort of slam into it and it kind of falls to the ground again. And you come to a stop basically like halfway through these doors. So you just kind of slide on the ground. You're just lying on the ground, basically. halfway between the doors. And unconscious, obviously. And that is going to, let's see, and that is going to lead us to Weller. Big Weller.
A save. 11.
Yay.
All right, one success, one failure. And then I need then Little Weller is going to be up.
Little Weller is going to continue heading.
Clamber over his body.
Yes, climbing over Alec's body and heading.
Okay.
Probably About here.
That's going to lead us to Django. So Django, you sort of look back and you can see what I've just described. Like,
right, yeah, I was backing out of the room. Exactly. I was trying to lure him over, but that didn't happen. And I see frickin' Alex slam in there like, oh, that was interesting. And you are invisible, so I cannot see him. So I will step back into the room, run over to Weller. They're not going to come after me. Watching the door.
Yep.
Let's see. I can is stabilize the thing we can do.
Yeah,
Marv?
you can do a first aid check or a medicine. Yeah, basically a first aid check.
Yes, I would wish.
Yeah,
to
you have to do a medicine check
Medicine
because you
check,
don't
I
have
mean.
the healer's kit.
But
Or
anybody
use
can
some
do a medicine
inspiration
check
from
to try to
somebody would be
stabilize.
nice. Yeah.
That's
this one
true.
I
If there is an inspiration in the offing
Oh.
from anybody in chat.
No, I do have a healer's kit. Son of a gun! I didn't think I had that.
Oh,
yeah, I
all
do.
right.
Yeah, and I think it's just use one to stabilize. Is it automatic or do I have to make a roll?
Yeah, it just automatically saves.
Healer's
and
kit's an
stabilizes.
automatic one. Yeah. Okay,
Done.
so he is now stable, which means he is
Nice try, Trend.
sitting there at that.
Patience.
Okay, that was Django. All right, Alec, I need you to make a death save too.
I did not think I had that. Son of a gun.
18, so that's a success.
Okay.
This Oracle heroism.
All right. On the Revenant's turn, they do nothing. They simply stare at the door. Not stare like in a trance, but just watching basically Alec, who's out of the room, basically lying on the ground.
Right.
And that brings us up to Weller, who does not have to make a death save, who's just stable, so nothing happens there. Little Weller now is able to get to Big Weller. So what does Little Weller do?
Process of rifling through Big Weller's robes, he becomes visible again, and he pulls out a bottle with what it's kind of half full of what looks like it should be a red liquid, but it's only kind of pink.
Okay.
And it's not quite the right color, but he grabs the bottle and heads back towards Alec.
Gotcha. Okay. And probably, let's see, 20. Yeah, you'll be able to get there next turn. Okay, that leads us to Django.
If he apparently is okay, then I will circle around the table to Alec.
Okay.
Do the same thing.
Okay. So, and how many charges in the healer's kit?
10.
Oh, okay. So just make sure that you mark down.
Oh yeah, yep. Cade knew this well, and yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Never.
Yeah, who's that guy? Okay. So, all right. So he is also now stabilized at 0, and at that, for the moment, I'm going to take us out of initiative because these creatures are not moving towards you. They simply stop.
Damn, my only 10 strength. I will try to drag Alec out of the doorway, which is going to be freaking hard because he's got to be like massive. If I'm just dragging him, I think I can do it. Yeah.
Yes, I think you can do that. Somewhat, reasonably.
Just out of total fun, let's make a strength check to see how I do.
Okay.
Which my strength is a 10. By the way.
Average.
Yeah.
Bad.
Ooh, 19. There we go. So I like to move him over towards like the door if I can. So
Yep.
I can shove
Sure.
over here.
You can do that.
Good. All right. So I can
I think dragging him, your speed would be halved.
ordered probably. Yeah. But we're out of initiative anyway, so it's not that big a deal. So they're both still unconscious though is the problem, right?
Yes, they're both unconscious.
And while you're dragging Alec that way, Weller's kind of running along with this bottle. Wait!
I'll stop here, especially when he says that. What? Or, mind
Sort of
speak.
Climbs up onto Alec's chest and pulls the cork out. Open his mouth.
I'll do that.
And
They're not worried.
Little Weller tips the vial up and pours the contents into Alec's mouth.
Okay.
Hopefully he swallows. We'll try to massage the throat to make sure he swallows the damn thing.
All right.
So this will be
All right, good idea. And Django starts taking off his pack and looking for something in there too.
You heal 0 points, but I don't think you can actually.
It doesn't do anything.
No.
I love it.
I
love
it's got to
it.
be a minimum of 1. No.
He only took
So,
1 point.
One
Yes.
hit point back.
Okay, so you start at 0. Your eyes kind of flicker open, Weller, and you're kind of like.
No.
No.
That one-
Alec.
Oh,
Alec.
that was Alec.
You
Okay.
haven't woken Weller up yet. Yeah.
Okay. So Alec, your eyes flicker open.
You know, immediately like sit up and kind of knock Weller off me.
And there is an awful taste in your mouth.
Yeah.
I mean, horrible.
A poultice of blood and licorice.
I go to Weller, uncork my healing potion, and pretty much do the same thing to him.
Okay.
Carefully, like a swallow at a time, to make sure he's actually swallowing.
They're healing
not
potions.
aspirating it.
You can't really drown on them. They're healing potions.
Yeah.
Knowing you'd be the first. So.
Well, I'll try, but you know.
You see? Huh? Well, Death Wish Weller.
1d4 minus 8.
Oh. Actually, there's a full up one, so you get. Is it 1d4?
No, the one that Weller made is a diluted healing
Ah.
potion, so it's a 1d4 minus 1.
Gotcha. Mine is what, a d8 plus something for a standard healing potion? What is that? I forget.
Standard heal?
Standard heal should be D8 plus.
A health potion is 2d4 plus 1.
There we go.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
all.
I was gonna say
2d4 plus 2.
I
My
was
bad.
gonna say D8 plus 2, but yeah, so 2d4 plus 2. That's fine.
Right, the healing spells are 1d8.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Oop.
2d4 plus 2.
Yep, got it. Okay, let's.
Because then the next level
Wow.
up is 44 plus 4, and then the
Right.
other one's 60.
Right.
66.
Well,
Wow.
8. There you go.
All right, so Weller is up to 8.
Yeah. Same thing, but it tastes marginally better. Only a little hint of mackerel.
Touch of cinnamon.
Like saffron and mackerel. You're quite correct.
Ah.
Does that reset death saves?
Yes, that resets death saves for sure. Because so you're now you're in this sort of shattered dining room with the creatures in the chapel sort of staring out at you.
They apparently only wish to drive us from the chapel, but they are not pursuing any further.
That's
Of
not
course.
what they said.
Once they knocked you into next week, it seemed to be they had gotten the point across. I look over at Alec, who's still, I assume, sitting there, like, mostly dead. But
No,
partially,
I'm not.
but partially alive.
You kind of see Oleg. What would I say? He wouldn't be looking. He'd be very angry actually.
Uh-huh. I figured.
You definitely see clenching his fist, trying to figure out what the fuck just happened. I assume you dragged me out of there.
I didn't.
I don't remember anything after he hit me.
Well, from what I could tell, he hit you with such force that you landed near the doors, and I was able to pull you out from there. And if you look at, I'm sure you must have a hell of a shiner on your jaw.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm completely
Yeah.
probably covered in marks and blood and stuff.
Yeah, yes. And I don't think I have any. Oh wait. Actually, where's Little Weller? Did he pick himself up?
He's standing on the table.
Actually, it doesn't really matter. You can probably read this. I still have, I think, from like the first, from Death House, I have those 3 clerical scrolls. Did we ever find out what those were?
I don't know if you did, but I can.
You've got Identify now. You could find out yourself.
Well, but can't you read it as a paladin? Can't you read like clerical stuff? I mean, yes, I could. That's true. But
I mean, like I could use scrolls like that probably.
but you need to know what they are first, right?
Well, yeah, if they're unidentified.
Okay. So, all right. Yeah. Not that I finally have it, but it takes 10 minutes. Actually, 11 minutes
But,
per.
You can certainly do that if you wish. There's no.
Well, I'm not gonna do it right here and now necessarily,
Okay.
but I will at time because we should find out what those are. But I just gave, so my healing potion's gone. You could try that yellow liquid flask, but I don't think that might not be a good idea. I'm just gonna say that right now.
I will cast on myself. I'll cast Cure Wounds at level
There.
2.
There you go.
All right.
Make you feel better, big guy.
Let me
check.
if I can cure wounds at the. I think I got spell slot unlocked. Just make sure. Level 2 spell.
Well, I was going to slowly use the edge of the table and stand up.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, use a level 2 cure wounds just for now.
Okay. Speller stands up. Go ahead and let me know what the...
So that's 13.
Okay. So we're up to 14. Okay.
I feel a bit better. I think I'll go outside for a walk.
So I'll get up and I just want to look. Down the where the altar is again, like just at the door, and just see what happens.
They don't do anything as you're just sort of moving up to, the doors. You can. They just are standing in the exact same place.
You must understand, my friend. They are no longer what they're clothed as. They are no longer what they were in life. They are no longer your brethren. They are undead. And in Barovia, there is only one thing to do with undead, and that is to destroy them. There are
It's
no
a little
good
bit
undead.
more complex than you think with these.
It is no, you are wrong. And Django is that's the exact tone of his voice. It is not complex. They are undead. There is no good undead. There are no crusading undead running around. Undead are undead.
What you don't understand is to sometimes cleanse undead, violence isn't the answer against them. These things will be here for a long time.
I see your point. So, how would we then cleanse that room? Because I feel that, from what you told us in the vestibule out there, this area should be cleansed of such presence. How do we go about doing that, in your estimation?
These creatures usually, they have a task they need to do. Perhaps if we could somehow help them complete that task, that will allow them to move on. And you didn't give me any time to at least try and converse with them. You just kept attacking them.
Because they were about to attack you, my friend. And I was not going to let that happen. At least I was going to try not to. You showed great courage, some would call it foolhardiness, in not attacking them, but no. Once the swords came out and started raining down...
My shield's in there. Oh, no. Hey, Weller, do you think you could sneakily get my shield?
How much does it weigh?
Let me check.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I gotta.
That's why I asked it.
When I bought this from the store, it was a open box model, so I don't really know.
Actually, can't we do... I think if Weller and I team up...
It is 6 pounds. Do you think you
Oh,
could?
yes, I can get it, no problem.
Oh, okay, that's not bad. Let's see. Carry more than 10, otherwise Major
Just-
can get it out of there.
Yeah, just make sure you're invisible. And hopefully they won't be able to see you.
And at that point, Little Weller looks up and goes,
Oh, were you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm
"'Cause
looking
it's
at
Weller
you.
that's been answering you this whole time."
Yeah.
Yeah, we figured Mage Hand because I could.
That's what Weller was going to do. He was just going to...
Yeah, I'd say perhaps. Actually, I would suggest that.
Because we can't see the mage hand, so we have no
Right.
idea. We just assume it's. We know that Little Weller can go invisible, so I'm just like
Yeah.
assuming Little Weller can do it.
No, he's got a 4 strength. He ain't hauling that thing anywhere. But yeah, Weller just kind of, Big Weller, just sort of kind of nudges you off to the side and looks into where your shield is laying on the ground, and it just kind of and just comes right to you.
Ah, thanks. I didn't want to lose this.
Of course
Perhaps
not.
you shouldn't have thrown it on the floor.
Yeah, maybe.
During the fight,
Yeah.
Because I can't remember when he said the line about Strahd and his deceptions. I can't remember. I think I was already out of the room.
Right.
Yeah, I don't suppose I would have heard that necessarily.
I mean, Alec was the only one who was there who would have heard that.
Yeah. No, it's okay. That's fine. Just
Little Weller was close enough to hear.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, Little Weller.
Which means Weller would have heard it.
So we know.
So basically, everyone.
These guys are followers of the Silver Dragon. If only knew what their task was. I assume, based on this, is protecting the altar, but they're not really. They're more like praying to it.
One would assume if they were the paragons of goodness that you seem to suggest that would be to destroy Strahd and free this land. Which is a monumental task for anyone, paladins or not.
Big Weller kind of perks up for a second and looks over Little Weller, who disappears and heads back into the room to about the center of the room, and spends a good long while looking at each of these individuals, the three revenants, studying their facial features.
Okay.
If I don't cut your pizza, no, not at all. All right.
Big Weller is going to go back downstairs. If I pick the right button, I'm going to go back downstairs and compare the faces of those three revenants with the three alabaster statues downstairs.
They are not equivalent. In fact, one of the things that's interesting is that, as I mentioned, those three sort of statues in the other room, the busts, looked more or less like maybe even different versions of the same one, and none of these fit that description.
All right, so then Little Weller will come back out of the room and look at Django and say,
What about these other doors out here along the balcony?
And Django says I was going to check out the northern and southern doors in this room first.
Oh,
I imagine one is most likely a kitchen of some kind. I do not know what the southern one must be. If this is some sort of hall.
Perhaps these people are hungry. Perhaps that's the. You're always giving people rations. Why didn't you always feed them first?
That's only kids.
Well, I could always throw one in if you want, but they're actually undead, and
That would be rude. I mean, Braxos. I mean.
On that note, Django is going to go to the north door and open it.
and Trent's going to go pee.
Okay. As you open the door, you see the following. In this room, this kitchen, and it definitely, as you suspected, is indeed a kitchen. Let me move us all over there. There we go. This kitchen has been plundered. Its tables overturned. The floor is littered with rusted utensils and smashed crockery. Narrow windows flanking a hearth look out over a cemetery. An open iron pot hangs from a hook inside the blackened fireplace. It rattles on its hook, this pot does, and bobs up and down as though something is inside it.
Oh, come on. I'm sorry, say that last sentence again. What? Did an open what?
An open iron pot, which is hanging from its hook inside the blackened fireplace, and it rattles on its hook and bobs up and down as though there is something inside it.
What the frick? That's right here. God damn it! Right here. I can't get it. Fireplace thing is right there on the
there, right?
The west.
Is that what you're talking about?
That's a table, isn't it? Over here. Here, I'll put Django right in front of it. It's
the fireplace. I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. The fireplace over there.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I will. Correct. I will not go there. I will stay here. How big is the pot?
It's like a standard stew pot or cooking pot. Maybe a little bit bigger. I don't know what the diameter would be. A few gallons. You know, like it's.
Okay, not super huge. Not like,
enormous.
No. Not the one they were making the human parch stew in, like Conan. Not that big.
No.
I will cast Mage Hand because I also have it, although mine is visible.
Okay.
And I will reach out with the hand and like push the pot. Not dumping it yet, but I'm going to like push it so it swings back and forth.
Okay. When you push the pot, something suddenly flies up and out, and this large bat comes flying out and starts flapping around the room.
Ow!
Not a vampire bat. It doesn't look like, just a bat.
Just a
flying
bat
around
caught
the
in a
room.
pot. A bat in a pot. It was just flying around the room.
It's a pot bat.
I mean,
You know.
yeah. Soup in a bag, Fran. Bat in a pot,
It's not
Fran.
made out of. It's not like made out of the what was in the pot, like some kind of viscous.
Made out of
gooey
nightmares.
substance.
No, it's just a regular bat. Or seems to be anyway.
Can I open the window nearby me?
Uh,
This one?
So if you're talking about over to the over to the eastern side, because the windows look out to the east over this cemetery, and to the west you've got a door that you can see right at the bottom, and then there is what looks like some kind of a it's not clear if it's like a curtain or something that is covering over what's in the back of the room back here.
Oh, wait a minute. That's interesting. So the bat's not going to bother me.
Doesn't seem to be. It's just flying around the room.
Okay.
Yeah, their
Careful,
pot roast is a revenant. It's a pot revenant.
Oh, dear God.
And
Lousy stew.
little Weller's basically going to step in and in Sylvan be like,
Would you like to go outside? I can lead you outside.
And the bat seems to be flying around crazily. When it hears you, kind of swoops down and then swoops away again. Looks a little bit freaked out, frankly.
okay, well, he's going to be like, come on this way. And he will walk towards
Flap, 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 flap. Flap, flap, flap. Flap, flap, flap. Bong, bong, blang, bang. Flap,
Bearing in
flap,
mind,
flap.
we can't see it move until you let go of it. So, there we go.
Oh, well, there you
Bang,
go. It is working.
bang.
Okay, good.
Bang, bang, bang. And then finally.
Oops.
Okay.
And Weller will just lead it outside.
Okay. All right.
Aw.
You do so. The bat flies away. It says, "I will
Little did
never
we know
forget
that was-
you."
That was the captive bat prince, and it brings his whole bloodthirsty legions back to kill us all.
Yep.
That thing is the weakness of Strahd.
That was
Now
that was the Strahd killing bat, and
yeah.
Yep, and we let it go.
yep, and it's no longer. Could the bat pick up Lil Weller? We were talking about that earlier, Jeremy. The Lil Weller bat. Okay. Meanwhile, you're going up to the top of this, Django, to sort of check this out.
Yeah, I was standing over here and still actually got my mage hand going. This is good for a minute.
Okay.
What is this? Is it a cloth? What the hell? What
It
is.
is. It's actually a thick cloth which is hanging from floor to ceiling, and there does seem to be some like a room or something like that behind it.
I will use the mage hand to move it aside so I can see what the hell's behind it.
Okay.
And that's where I'm standing to the one side near the wall, so I can blast the hell out of anything that something comes charging out of it or whatever.
You'll be happy to know that apparently what's come crashing out of it is not much. There just seems to be a room here.
Dust and detritus, yes.
And a specific kind of room.
But the beds are
There
all
are
mimics.
these
Oh,
there are
sorry.
these tattered brown drapes which cover the windows of this circular room, and this heavy curtain as you kind of move it across. You can see that strewn about the floor is the wreckage of half a dozen beds and other pieces of furniture. And again, there were windows kind of looking out. These ones that are up towards the top and to the sides seem to be looking out beyond the walls of the sort of the mansion, basically. But the other one to the southeast, the one that's down here, is also looking out on the graveyard.
Okay, also quite a graveyard. Poke around in the beds a bit with my silver sword.
Okay,
Short sword.
nothing seems to be moving.
Nothing else in there? Coin or anything?
It doesn't look like it, although you could certainly take some time, but it looks like whatever has been here has been long since kind of taken over.
Yeah, it's kind of what I thought. I mean, undead don't have any need for pocket change.
Yeah. Does anything in this like picked by scavengers?
That's a good question. It seems like there have been things that clearly have gone in and destroyed things, but it doesn't necessarily look like there are scavengers. Although it's possible, obviously, because you know it seems like very old, this whole place. But not. It's not obvious that it was scavengers. Could just be again age.
Remains of what looks like a barracks or quarters of some kind.
So is that a door there at that one?
Yes,
up there?
that is a door.
Well, if you want to keep looking, or we can take a little rest here. It's up to you. I'm happy to do either. Still a bit hurt from that. That hurt a lot.
Well, what do you think? I could use some rest and to do some work on identifying things.
And he just sort of, like, his eyes kind of glaze over for a second. And then he just sort of like,
What's the significance of the name above the door?
Well, I don't know. It's just maybe that was his name.
now, since I wasn't really paying attention,
It was Argon Vostol. That's his. That was up top. I haven't seen any like that. Any of that name that around anywhere. So
3 names: Argon, Vost, Alt.
no, it's all one whole surname, Vostolt. Maybe that's the name of the owner of the manor.
Well, that is what I'm thinking. It's probably the family name. Vostholt. It is not necessarily familiar to me. Yes, a rest would be good if we are sure that those things in the chapel will not be coming after us, but it seems
Maybe we should do it. Maybe we'll just have a short break outside or something, just away from, because we don't know what else is in here.
Right.
Figured before we I mean, like, we should probably be going back, but if you want to keep looking, perhaps there's some kind of clue here, because those revenants, one of them said their hatred for Strahd, so they were definitely enemies of Strahd, so perhaps there could be some clues here that might help us.
Yes. Perhaps a short break would be in order, and then we shall resume our search in a few hours, perhaps?
Yes.
Yeah, if there's any way we could tell the other guys what we're doing.
I might be able to help with that. Let's go outside. And he starts walking, just strolling back outside.
Okay. So
actually, he'll sit on
are
this.
all of you walking outside?
Yeah, unless the door is locked. No,
Ah!
Weller's staying on the staircase by the tapestry.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, inside, outside, it doesn't really matter.
No, he's just pausing for a minute to look at the data.
Okay.
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 So you all make your way outside, and when you get out there, you see the sort of same kind of state, sort of the house in sort of same kind of condition on the outside as was the case before. And when you get out on the stairs, where are you? Said you're going to try to rest out here?
Yeah, just take a short rest. I want to do it near the face of the dragon so it doesn't spit out constant cold while we're resting.
Okay.
What time of day is it, Arv?
At this point, it's probably, I would say, afternoon. Probably about maybe 3 in the afternoon, something like that.
Yeah, it sounds about right. Okay.
So, all right, you folks sort of settle down for a short rest. I'm going to talk about what happens at the end of the short rest, but during the short rest, mechanically, we can handle. You want to do hit dice stuff? You can do that.
Hit dice. Do.
Well, okay. So, I'm sorry. Which short rest is the hour long or the 4
That's
hours?
up to you.
Yeah, just an hour long one. Yeah,
Okay, but I need to take like 2 more hours to do stuff, and one of them is to send a message back to the rest of the party. By the way. So.
Cool. Yeah, I think by that time they'd figure out that we're way late.
Well, that's. But if I do this, if you let me do this thing for the LB cast and get my familiar, I can send a message back telling them knowing exactly what's going on, so they can meet us here. I mean,
Alright.
okay. Here's the thing. At the very least, I need 1 hour to rest and 1 hour for the find familiar, because that takes a freaking hour. I can forego the identifies on other stuff. We can wait for that till later, so that works just fine.
So then what Weller can do is use the hour for rest and hit dice and 1 hour for making more holy water.
Okay.
There you go. Yep.
All right. Let's do
I'm
the
happy to
let's do the
heal
rest
up
and
and
hit
then
dice
probably
thing.
just check around the outside. Maybe do like a quick scout around the exterior for anything.
Carefully.
Yeah.
Carefully.
So I'll do hit
Okay.
dice. Here we go. Now my dice aren't rolling on the screen for some reason for me.
I see him. I just saw your roll.
Yeah, I saw two.
Yeah, I've got it. Mine's glitched. I
It was not a great roll. Change to the shadow
Yep.
dice. Turn to the shadow dice. They will not do
never. Never. Oh my god.
So 9.
See? Shadow
I mean, in
dice.
fairness,
Look,
like,
you're
well,
half
3 and 2.
vampire anyways. It's the perfect fit for you.
So 15, huh?
Wow.
Back up to 30, but we're gonna do.
That was a
two left.
3,
I'm
a
gonna
2, and a
spend-
4.
These rolls are just
Oh,
dreadful.
Oh my god.
wow.
Dude, you have to change dye color. At
So
the
we
very
had
least.
for those of you listening at home, we had 5, 4, 6, 3, and then
Aw.
7.
And now it's just
All
a plus
below
2
half.
on
except
all
for the
those rolls.
ones
Yeah,
that-
exactly.
So 25 total. So that means you're up to 39 or 40.
Yes.
40.
Thank you, Rock Gods. Even Rock God uses
Ouch. Ouch.
shadow dice.
All right.
I
Anyways,
can't believe that.
For Weller,
Okay. Yep. Go ahead and do that for Weller.
I'm going to use...
And little Weller's now back up to 9, right? Because he regenerates.
yeah.
You said okay.
As long as Weller's alive, he regenerates 1 point per round. So I'm going to use 2 hit dice.
Okay.
1, 2, for a total of 5.
Mm,
yeah.
that's so hot. Okay. So 13.
Correct.
All right.
He's at 50%.
Okay. So now you said before we get to the end of this rest, you said that you were going to scout around the outside, Alec.
Yeah. So like the first hour is just recovering, bandaging up, and then the other was just to kind of just at least get the exterior. Like if there's no other entrances or
Okay.
anything of note that I can see, like a. We
Yeah,
may
well, actually, let me,
wanna
since you're going
check
to do
out.
that. I'm going to put...
I'm definitely not going to go inside again.
I thought you were
Hopefully-
going to go back and maybe hang out with the Revenants, creatures.
Yeah.
maybe
Try to
do
make
that.
friends again. That worked so well last time.
Indeed.
I wasn't trying to make friends with them.
Okay.
Trying to get
Stop
them-
hitting me! Stop hitting
So,
me!
Alec, I'm going to move you down, or ask you to move down
Yep.
to here.
Sure.
When you get down there, this is what you see to the south of this place. As you were sort of kind of making your way cautiously around the bottom, there are the blackened beams down here of a wooden stable which is burned to its stone foundation. And looming above the wreckage is this partially collapsed south end of the mansion with all 3 of its floors exposed to the elements. But this clearly looks like there is a, as I say, it looks like there is a like a broken down stable here.
Okay. I'll just keep going around and just see what else there is on the outside and the exterior.
Okay.
If there's any like other obvious entrances in, just want to note them down.
Yeah, I'm opening up different spots here to show you what those might look like. Let's put that there. Okay. All right, so we're gonna do
Late to say that little Weller went with him.
Yeah, you can say that. Sure, why not?
I can
Did you say that Weller needs to be within 60 feet, though?
120, but he's still outside of range. They can't communicate telepathically this far away, but little Weller will be able to be with him.
We'll be able
Okay.
to flee and come back and say, "Oh, he's dead now."
Just filling in on what happened. Okay.
Well, it started really well and then not.
So everything up to this point is pretty much as you see it, Alec and Weller, or Little Weller. But as you get here, you notice something.
Let's see.
Strange.
Graveyard.
Which is this graveyard. I will
Uh-oh.
show you just a minute here.
That does.
Okay.
Oh, hey, what the hell?
So, this is a very large cemetery, and tucked behind the mansion is this fog-shrouded cemetery, which is enclosed by a 7-foot-tall fence of wrought iron. And in the northeast corner stands what looks like a mausoleum, basically this sort of thing that you will be able to see. In fact, I'll trace the outside of it here. So there's that, there's that, there's...
It's pronounced mausoleum. Thank you.
I'm going to work on the linoleum in the mausoleum. Okay.
Stop it! You're killing me.
That's
No, seriously, you're killing me.
No, you're killing me. Right. Okay. So that gives you a sense now, I think, of what this place looks like, sort of around the outside.
So just...
And let me bring chat up to that as well.
Mm-hmm.
As we go up
I can see
here.
through it though, obviously, because it's graded.
Yes. Now, so you sort of see that as well. You suddenly feel, Alec, as you're walking around, like someone or something is watching you. And as you look up, you spot a well-dressed man with a thick mane of thistledown hair observing you from a high tower window. He draws the curtain and disappears from view.
In the cross tower over here?
No, in the main manor, I'm assuming.
Main manor, yeah.
Yeah.
Basically over in this region, but higher up.
Oh,
Remember, you were only on the ground floor, so...
Yeah, no. Okay, gotcha. Okay, that's interesting. Not necessarily in a good way.
So it wasn't a balcony, it was just like a window that he saw us in.
Correct.
Okay. Couldn't get any other details other than his weird outfit.
Pretty much.
Okay.
But he was definitely looking down and watching you.
Hey, Waller, did you see that?
What?
There was a guy up there. Saw
Oh,
something.
yes. Yes, the guy in the window.
Yeah. So you did see it.
Yes.
All right, just wondering. So there are people here.
Well, we don't know he's a people.
Don't know why you didn't come down and say hello to us.
It could have been we were.
Yes, let's just come down and say hello to the people who are invading my home. It's delightful.
We'll have to head up there and find out. Does that look like it's on the second floor or the third floor?
No,
Or
maybe
is
the
it-
third floor, possibly, but it's somewhere sort of a tower inside the mansion itself, but
All
more
right,
likely
so
the
I'll
third
continue
floor.
going. So I go around the edge of this and
Okay.
just see what else there is.
And I will, I shall show you. When you get to this... wait a second. When you get to this area... what you see down here is there is an iron gate which is chained shut that closes off a 10-foot tall archway on the north wall of the mansion here. So you can kind of see that right there. And it looks like there is a sort of this, as I say, this chain kind of around the outside of it. And looking through this iron gate, you can just see what looks like some stairs, possibly, that are going up in both directions to both the east and west. But you can't actually like see any further because you can't get through the.
Yeah, I'm not going to try and get through it.
Thank you for the follow,
Just give it,
Telsmere.
give it a quick shake just to see if it's still like locked or unlocked or anything like that.
It definitely is still locked.
Okay.
It looks like like there's a padlock on it. It looks like it's not in the greatest of shapes, possibly, this lock.
Okay. Well, I'll just take note of that and keep going.
And little Bella goes,
Oh, there he is.
Can you describe the gate a little more? You said it's an iron gate.
Yes.
How big are the spaces between them?
I would say the iron gate is probably maybe about foot distance between. Yeah.
Little Weller can easily get through that.
It's true.
So he's going to turn and look back at Alec and think, just a moment, and step through and
Be careful.
look around.
And he sees 2 manticores. No. And he sees there are indeed 2 staircases up in both directions inside here. One of them leads to a door in the west. One of them leads to a door in the east.
Stairs.
Is there any indication, any sort of mechanism for opening the gates?
Does not look like it. Looks like the only mechanism is opening that padlock on the chain.
Oh, right. And
Sounds good. Have a good time, Telsnir.
can Weller get an idea of the door to the east, if it connects to the room that they were in before?
Pretty good guess. Yeah, pretty likely.
Alec,
Yep.
did you happen to note the names on those gravestones?
They weren't facing us, so I couldn't.
Right.
So
Check 'em out.
no?
Yeah, no.
Okay, pick one. Yeah, oh no.
No.
Oh, no. Just a moment. It'll be here in a minute.
And Big Weller starts jogging because he's just barely within range, just barely within that 120 feet. And so Weller comes up from the other side, telling Django,
Oh, they're on the other side. Little Weller needs my help or something.
and so Big Weller's going to come around, and
Okay.
he and Little Weller are going to go back over here towards the thing, and he's going to mage hand Weller over into the graveyard to look at the names on the graves that look like they're open.
Okay. Let's see. There are, a couple of things here. So, on the actual stones themselves, each of the gravestones is unmarked. And I'll bring Chad back over there. They're blank. They haven't been scratched out. There's just no names on them to begin with. However, there is something unusual about these. Make a perception check for me, please.
Perception.
And the fog is very thick here, by the way, so you can see it, but not super well.
Yes, we get it, you vape.
One of the stones says smoke every day. No, not do that.
I need Little Weller's page. Pretty sure. Of course, it doesn't say there. Why the hell would it? There it is. No. Okay. I was trying to see if he would get advantage on this because of assisting research, but he doesn't. So perception, and Weller gets a 10.
Okay, that's actually enough. You notice that some of the graves have been dug up, and in fact, if you look at the map, you can actually see some of the ones that look like that. And it looks like that whatever was down below the surface of this thing crawled or dug its way out of the earth. Whatever was in these graves did not want to stay there. And that, I think, is where we are going to bring this session to a close.
Oh dear.
With the mystery of Argen van Host that remains. Interesting stuff, guys. I was interested to see how you were going to handle this fight against a very, very difficult enemy. So I was interested to see how
They
that was going
weren't
to
that
manage.
hard. The thing is that I personally know that they're really tough, and Oleg would know that they're challenging, and you can't just fight them in combat and beat them that way,
Right?
Because they're relentless. And so I had to try and figure out a way to role play that.
Yeah. No,
I
I think it was reasonable, and it was interesting to see how everybody kind of handled that. And actually, you did manage to clear a fair bit of this, even though this did not have. This certainly looks like very far from being a winery. I think it's fair to say.
Yeah.
But this is an example, though. One of the interesting things about this is literally like, let me explore this. Cool. What is this? And like you found this whole different section that perhaps you might not have expected before, which I thought was kind of neat to sort of see. So I will start as per usual at the bottom here in this case of this row. And I will ask John. John, good stuff today. I think Django was very consistent in terms of what it was he was trying to get accomplished with the undead and so forth. How did you feel about today, and where will the fine folks see you next?
Nice little side quest we got going on here. It's good to see that Weller and Alec and Django can work fairly well together as a half team. So that was interesting.
Yes.
And yeah, this is a lot of fun. I thought you were going to lead us to the winery. I swear to God, I thought it was like, oh, there's Wizard of Wines. We do that thing. And of course, once again, we have subverted your expectations.
You have successfully gone in the wrong way again. That's okay.
You will never title another episode correctly again.
I know, exactly. Well, yeah,
no,
exactly.
A lot of fun with the guys. I'm very glad. Honestly, I had completely forgotten that he had picked up a healing kit at some point. I was like, oh, crap, I got to roll for this.
That was
like,
useful.
Oh, I gotta shit, yeah. And first time he busted it out. First time his background as a weaver came in handy, which is hilarious. So yeah, this was fun. A lot of fun, as always. And of course, the company makes it even more so. And that's chat and the players. And Arp, of course, too.
Oh, good stuff. Thank you, John. Good stuff. And we will, we will be talking more to John, of course, next month. And you will see and hear more from John and myself in various places throughout the course of the year doing various things, which we'll talk more about at that time. And just a quick sort of programming note, John, so I can stick on board after the call's over, if you're able to, and we can chat a little bit.
Chat about that for a bit, absolutely.
Moving right on up the line, Saad, also, you did a good job, I think, handling the way Alec would play this. It was funny, too, because people in chat, like, you could see Aridinel talking about that, but they're like, I know what these are, they're like, we can't say anything. But they, they knew the sort of drill. And I want to note, by the way, that since this has been on my mind quite a bit, the Forbidden Library adventure, without spoiling it, there is something very similar to one of these creatures that's involved, and for good reason, because like they're kind of freaky. But the other thing is, of course, is that they're not traditionally, as you can tell, these are not evil exactly. There's something else going on there.
That's the thing. Like all of those, like they're classified as evil, but the way they don't actually, it's more like it's not like evil in terms of want to destroy everything. It's evil as in they need to do this task and they'll do it to no end, even if it means murdering children.
Right. And there's more to this mention too. I mean,
it's a lot more to it than just they're just straight up evil and they desecrate everything. They don't.
And there's more to this mention, I should say. Obviously, I mean, you could tell there's like more floors and stuff. And the other thing is, one of the things that Ravenloft, that Curse of Strahd tries to teach, is that there are some fights that you run away from. And like, in this particular case, they clearly were not going to just pursue you to the death. They were just like, get the hell out of our chapel,
that perhaps I could somehow help relieve them of their, whatever's causing them to get stuck in this, in their form, in this realm, in this plane distance. Because that's as much as Oleg would probably know. He just doesn't know much. He just knows that they're scary. Don't fight them.
Oh, yeah, and you know what else, by the way?
Try and figure out what's wrong with them and help them maybe, and then it would remove the evil.
One note that I wanted to make, Saad, by the way.
Yeah.
You don't have a shield right now. Shield
no, we got it back.
When?
The mage hand.
Mage handed it.
Oh, the mage hand pulled it over. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I take it back.
He's
I
definitely
think
got a shield.
it's light enough for Mage Hand, thank God.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, okay.
It'd be
Never mind.
problematic.
You're fine. So how'd you feel about today's side, and when will the fine people see you next?
But yeah, it was good. I liked it. It was hard. It was a hard role playing thing. I saved again, which is amazing.
Yeah.
You guys have no idea what's gonna happen if I don't save. It's gonna be great when it eventually happens. I just want it to happen, but we'll get that once we get there. We'll be good. But yeah, so you'll see me if anyone wants to. You'll see me next week for Emberwind over here. Here again, where John will be DMing the guy down below.
Yes.
So
and
yeah,
seeing if he can
come and
TPK
see
you
that,
all again.
and hopefully we won't wipe again.
It's a Silverglades round 2.
Literally the second encounter we wiped on. Can you believe that? But yeah, you can also see me streaming my channel, twitch.tv/slot_. You also see me on my D&D campaign, which I DM over on Awakening Forces 21's channel. I had to push it back a week, so it's not this Sunday, so tomorrow. It's actually going to be next week. So yeah, see me there, and I think that's it. See you guys for more IB next session, which I believe is, when was that? It was the...
Well, if we obviously we'll chat about this, but assuming it's first and third, then we would be looking at the 6th, April 6th.
6th, I meant.
And then the 20th would be the 2. So if all goes well, that is what we're going to be sticking to. We will see if that is the case, but hopefully that is the case. But always a pleasure, Side. You should definitely check this. Paxi, what's up, Paxi? Unfortunately, you're coming on just as we're about to sign off, but welcome, Paxi. Good to see you.
That's right. We have the VOD. You can always watch.
You do have the VOD, and actually
so
today
it may be broken up a bit because it broke.
There was a little bit with sort of frame breakup. Well, no, because I'm going to be uploading.
But you can always go to the YouTube once I've uploads it.
Correct. I'll have the full YouTube one
correctly. And of course, there's the podcast.
And this actually held together. There was a little section in the middle where the frame dropping was a little bit inconsistent, but it wasn't too bad actually comparatively. So overall, so that was good. But good stuff, Saad, as always. And yes, you should check out Saad's campaign. It is good to see. Last but certainly not least, of course, we have Tren. And Tren, you got a chance to do a lot with both Big Weller and Small Weller and sort of CSI and analysis. And it was kind of a broad-based thing. A lot of stuff going on with Weller today. And
had to use
some
his
psychic
diluted
damage
healing
too.
potion.
Yes, and the healing potion. It was working.
Sort of.
How did you feel about today, and where will the fine folks see you next?
I very much liked it. I thought it was a lot of fun. There was a point where I was genuinely convinced that we were all going to die, and
you would have if you stayed in the chapel.
There were moments where I was thinking about it. In fact, Big Weller was thinking, I'll just go up one of these two spiral staircases, and Little Weller will go up the other one. And I was thinking, this will get me out of the chapel, technically, kind of, and I get to see what's upstairs. And I didn't go that way. And I was just like, But I think it would have been really funny if, we tell the rest of the party, stay here, we're going to go check out the Wizard of Wines, and we never come back.
Yep. We decided that we were just going to stick around, like stayed past closing time, basically.
That'd be a fun rescue mission, though. Imagine we were, trapped here and we had to get saved. That'd be interesting.
Well, next time we play... they're going to be down on the road wondering where the hell we are. So it's like,
then this Raven's going to show up with a note attached to it and say, "Follow me." So, yep.
And he will lead them back to Valaki, where
your Raven, being brand new, is just going to fly straight over the woods and not follow the road at all.
Exactly. Where will the fine folks see you next, Tren?
Killed by weird pine tree creatures.
Yes.
So let's see. Where will folks see me next? Here on Tuesday?
Yes. For Adventures to Middle Earth, right after the official launch of the Tales and Tones of the Grim Library Kickstarter. So, yep. Yep. And that, by the way, that campaign's got a lot of busy stuff happening too, with multiple families being saved and all that stuff.
But not mine.
But not yours. No, because you're helping save your family, as you brought up last time. So
I don't have a thing.
No, you said like that.
The party is his family.
Yeah. That's what you said.
Aside from that, he didn't.
But it's gonna be good times.
Yeah, it should be. And tomorrow, on Tales from the Grim, will be the next installment of Highlander.
Are you in that, or are you not able to say?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'll be in chat, but I'll probably be in chat. As soon as we get done here, I'm gonna have to go help my housemate. We're putting down new linoleum flooring in the kitchen and the living room or the game room, so that'll be backbreakingly fun. Right.
Oh, what joy!
Yeah.
All right, well, have a good time doing that, sir. It will be it'll be good stuff. It'll be great pleasure. But thanks to these guys. Again, we had 3 people that were out today, which is not what I like to do under normal circumstances. We should have everybody back as a full crew next month. And so you will see Margaret Crone and Don Cairo and Darkside Rob should be back with us next month, so we can get back to our full crew of 6. But in the meantime, Tren, San, Assad, and John did a very more than credible job in holding their own. So good stuff from them. Chat, can we get some love for them? And thanks to these gentlemen. And I will catch you, John, over on Discord in a few minutes after stuff is over.
Sounds like a plan.
Yep. And I will see Tren and Sod in various places as well. But thank you guys so much, and I will see you all soon. And that is going to do that. All right, folks. Whoa. Sorry. Wait. Don't do that yet. Hold on a second. Don't fire up that video. Damn it. At least not yet. So this was good stuff, folks. I enjoyed this quite a bit. It was good getting a chance to continue this. I did not want to do sort of a separate little thing. I wanted to keep playing, and I thought that there was stuff we could do that would allow them to do that. I was not quite expecting them to go in the direction that they ended up going, but this is, again, the lesson. Do not assume that players will do anything, because they will not be able to do that under any circumstances. Oh, thank you. This is my Constitution tie, actually. At least I can say that I've read it, even if some people in government have not. But it was a great pleasure to sort of hang out with you folks. And we are going to be doing a raid today, I think, although I'm just going to basically do the automatic raid. So I'm going to send you over with the power of Twitch, which is going to be a good time, and I'm looking forward to that. Rbox 2.0 actually, I think, handled things fairly well. Again, part of the problem here is that when you're dealing with sort of the inconsistency of hotel Wi-Fi, then what happens is, if I'm just doing a normal video game or a sorcery game book or whatever, and I'm streaming it from here, it's going to usually be pretty close to fine. But the problems are when I'm trying to stream, when I'm doing Zoom, both to and from, and then I'm having to do 2 instances of Roll20 running at the same time, the one that I show you guys and the players and the one that I have for myself. All of that is kind of, putting extra weight on the internet connection. The computer has no problem with it. Like the Rbox 2.0 is running great, but it's a matter of other stuff. So that was the deal. Yes, that's a good point, Aradinel. Well, and that's one of the interesting things about Strahd is that it helps you kind of think differently, I think, about the nature of undead. It doesn't, not necessarily Strahd, but other creatures. There's some sort of different approaches. And I've always liked kind of the particular creature that we're talking about here. If these are revenants, they are fun creatures to sort of consider and think about. So anyway, but this was great stuff tonight, and I hope people enjoyed themselves and were interested in supporting the channel. And if you are interested in supporting it, you know the ways to do that. Yeah, exactly. It was the Wi-Fi that's garbage, but Rbox 2.0 was actually happy. So I want to remind everybody about ways to support the stream. If you haven't done so already, you can follow the channel, which is always appreciated. You can check out the YouTube with !ArvTube. Thank you, Dragon. You can always check out the Discord with !ArvCord. Of course, the Twitter is !ArvTweets, and you can always find our calendar plus our audio podcast at arvineleron.com. And while I am on that subject, I am going to say goodbye to the audio folks and thank you for listening. And I will see you, to the audio folks only, I will see you in the next audio podcast. Please spread the word about that, sub to it. Most of you are listening to this either through website or iTunes or Google Play or one of those other places, Amazon Music. Please let people know, and please consider coming over and joining us live for a stream and supporting us that way. We would appreciate it. But thanks to the audio folks. And now I'm going to say, of course, the same thing to the video folks. So again, all the Twitters and all that stuff. And then, of course, we got the Patreon, !ArvTreon, which again is up to $352.96. We really want to try to get that north of 400. The goal is to hit 420 by the end of the year. And then, of course, the sub system, which is that sub button right above the video window that many of you used tonight. That's always appreciated, and that makes a difference in terms of the stream and what we can do with the channel as well. So thanks to all of those who were able to support the channel and do all that good stuff. That is is always much appreciated. Now, quick reminder, next, in terms of scheduling, next up is Tuesday, where we will have Adventures of Middle-earth, but right before that, we will have the official excuse me, the official launch of the the Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. This is my D&D adventure being published by Alligator Alley Entertainment, the makers of Esper Genesis. We are running a Kickstarter for this. It is both an adventure designed to get you from levels 1 to 3, set in a mysterious library in a strange city. It is fully D&D 5e compatible, but it is also a source book. And as we hit stretch goals, there will be more and more authors, people with significant reputations in the speculative fiction field and in the gaming space, tabletop gaming space as well, who will be adding parts to the library, different things like bestiary entries, spells, maps, bits of lore fragments, things like this, even some magic items here and there. So all of that is stuff that you will be able to use in your own campaigns, and might just be enjoyable just to read. This is the one that I run at the Gen Con Writers Symposium every year. The third and final installment is going to be this year, and you will get a 3-part adventure, Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, plus the source material with this Kickstarter. So this is one of several publishing projects I'm doing this year, and it all gets started Tuesday, the 19th at 12 p.m. at noon Eastern. So basically it's already Sunday, so the day after tomorrow we have the official launch of the Kickstarter. So please mark the calendars, let everybody know about it, tell your friends and so forth, your distant relations. They do great stuff, and I'm very, very excited for this Kickstarter, which again gets started on March 19th. But that is going to do it for me for tonight. We are going to be doing a raid, and I just want to mention this, where I'm going to just let you know about how to do this. If you are not a sub, when you go over there, please type in that in chat, the Argonauts have landed, followed by lowercase twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID, all one word. And if you are a sub, you can do this, which is the Argonauts have landed, which is Arvin E, followed by uppercase H, lowercase YPE. The Argonauts have landed, followed by Arvin E hype. And if you do that, when we actually get into the place that we're going to be sending you, it all looks very awesome and kind of coordinated and all that good stuff, and that's always a pleasure. So yeah, but please stick around for that. We're going to do that right after the video is over. I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream this evening. Thank you to my wonderful mods. Thank you to Aridinel, to Dragonspear. Thank you so much for holding down the fort, everybody, throughout the course of the last few sessions. I appreciate it. Thank you to my wonderful subscribers, Aridinel, Dragonspear, Nonstop, Brahms, Rock God, Snicer Tenu, Try Guy MD, of course Echo Alpha X5, who subbed earlier tonight. Thank you also to the Patreon supporters, including Echo, because that really makes a difference too. Thank you, thank you. Thank you to my regular viewers. Thank you to Arzap and Enaman. Thank you to Cat Rambo, who I assume still has the window open. Thank you, Cat. Of course, Esper Genesis Pioneer. Thank you to Commander Root, to ECAG, to Arinth, Jagtress, Moobot, Mr. Mano, No Name Namer, Politsai, Positivity Bot, for always keeping me positive. Paxi, always a pleasure, Paxi. Don't be a stranger. Hopefully see you here again. Thank you to Radio Johnny Panda, about which more in a moment. Thank you to Rala Song. What's up, Rala Song? Thank you to Slow Cool, to Sod, about which more in a moment. Stay hydrated, Bot, for always keeping me hydrated. Thank you to Tade. Yeah, that's true. We have a good group here. It's true. Thank you to you, Christensen, to VNK, Video Store Cowboy, who you'll be hearing more from soon, Virgo Praz, and of course West River Rat. Always a pleasure, everybody. And I do want to say special thanks to my players, to John, to Sod, and to Trendane for doing a wonderful job tonight. It was a lot of fun DMing for them. I hope you folks enjoyed it. Again, I don't like to do a 3-person thing when we've got 6 people in the original group. But again, we should be back to a full crew next month, which I am looking forward to. But next up for me is Adventures of Middle-earth on Tuesday, and the launch of Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, which is going to be a good time. Thank you all. I'm going to be flying back from my conference from Florida. All my official stuff is done, so I'll be flying back from that tomorrow with the family tomorrow, on Sunday, or later today, I guess, and then teach on Monday, and then Tuesday it is the launch of the Forbidden Library, so it's going to be good stuff. That's going to do it for me. Thanks, everyone. Much love to everyone. Best viewers on Twitch, as I've said many times. Please spread the word. Tell everyone about the show. Support all the things. And I will see all of you wonderful people on Tuesday. Until then, stick around for the raid. Be good to each other. Have a good night from Florida.